Chapter 405. In just one day, his physical body had reached the level of a human king. This unexpected surprise made Su Yu overjoyed. This meant that even if he were to face a human king, it would be extremely difficult for the other party to easily kill him. In fact, he still had the ability to retaliate. He believed that if he met Lord Shining again, it would be impossible for him to subdue him as easily as he did in the past. With such a physical body, the chances of Su Yu returning alive from the Dragon Abyss were much higher. This was an extremely beneficial condition for him to break through to Heaven Master. It was also an opportunity for him to break through to the fairy realm. At that moment, in the sky above the island, two figures descended from the sky. One was handsome and confident. He held a folding fan in his hand, looking very elegant. His sovereign personage, strength added to his charm. Whoosh! Long Feiyu. Beside Long Feiyu was an exquisite, petite, and adorable girl. Her eyes were big, like two embedded gems. She had a small nose that was perky and cute. Her rosy lips were exceptionally alluring. Her skin was fair and soft, like a newborn baby's. Her entire person was like a beautiful porcelain doll, extremely cute. Sienner, don't be nervous, I'm here. Long Feiyu had a pleasant expression, his face full of smiles. The petite girl was the Sienner that Su Yu had not seen in a long time. Hearing this, Sienner creased her nose, raising her brows. You did not have to come. Originally, the undead Phoenix Master had wanted to arrange for a female disciple, but Long Feiyu had insisted on escorting her. The undead Phoenix Master could not embarrass Long Feiyu, so she had no choice but to agree. Long Feiyu's smile was the same as before. Sister Sienner, don't worry. I have been to the Dragon Abyss once and am familiar with the situation. I can help you obtain more Dragon Abyss fruits to break through to Heaven Master. Sienner glared, her face serious. I am not familiar with you. Don't call me Sienner, and don't call me sister. Saying this, she muttered, You haven't even called me brother Su Yu. Long Feiyu was a little embarrassed, hurriedly laughing. Wait a moment, I will bring you to a place. There is an earth vein there. After absorbing it, it will be very beneficial for your movements in the Dragon Abyss. This is a secret that only I, a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance, know. I will not tell anyone else. Sien, I was a little curious. She asked in a childish voice. Since that's the case, why didn't you take all of him away? Why did you leave a part of him here? Aren't you afraid that someone will take it all away? Long Feiyu was embarrassed. Although Qin Sienner looked petite and playful at times, she was not stupid. In fact, she was very quick-witted. Haha, you misunderstand. All the items on this island belong to the seniors guarding the Dragon Abyss. Because of my identity as a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance, those seniors only gave me 1 drop, and the effect was very good. This time, I will ask for 2 more drops. I believe that he will give me face. Sienner couldn't refute this. Long Feiyu's father was one of the Heavenly Law Union's 4 half-gods. There were not many people in the continent who would not give him face. Shua! The 2 of them landed on the island and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Waves of warm energy assaulted them. Sienner, wait here. I'll be right back. Long Feiyu was about to move when a figure suddenly walked out of the cave. Long Feiyu's expression changed. There were only 2 types of people who could stay in the Dragon Abyss. The first type was a trial taker. The second type, guardians. And there was only 1 type of person who knew of the existence of the cave. Senior, I trust you have been well. Su Yu stored the rest of the spiritual liquid, not leaving a single drop behind. He was just about to walk out when someone called him Senior. Su Yu was slightly stunned. Looking at the person, he realized that it was Long Feiyu. Yes, I trust you have been well, Long Feiyu, Su Yu calmly said. Hearing that the voice and tone were not right, Long Feiyu lifted his head abruptly, his expression changing. It's you, Black Snow Devil King? Thinking back to how he had addressed Su Yu as senior and bowed, Long Feiyu's expression turned green. What are you doing here? Do I need to report what I do to you? Su Yu said with disdain, brushing past him. A whiff of warm, fragrant energy spread from Su Yu's body. Long Feiyu's expression changed drastically. Wait, you dare steal the spiritual liquid of the Earth Meridian? How dare you? Su Yu turned a deaf ear. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood rooted to the ground, staring at the girl in front of him without blinking. Her facial features were exquisite and cute, like a fairy from the mountains. She had a pair of large eyes that could speak, glowing with a pure and intelligent light. Her body was petite and exquisite, like a fairy that would never grow up. Wasn't she the girl that Su Yu thought about every night, his fiancée, Qin Sienna? Compared to a year ago, Sienna had grown a little taller, her body had developed a little, and her youthful face had the youthfulness of a young girl. But this was the Sienna that he could never forget, the Sienna that he had been chasing. Even though his eyes were closed, his soul eyes could no longer move away from Sienna. He had unexpectedly met her on a day that he had never looked forward to. This joy, this surprise, this excitement could not be described with words. Sienna blinked her large eyes, looking curiously at the motionless figure in front of her. For some reason, seeing the red-haired bronze figure in front of her made Sienna's heart tremble. She felt a lump in her throat. In that instant, she felt as if she had seen Brother Su Yu. Meeting his tightly shut eyes, Sienna walked forward, tiptoed, and waved her small hand in front of his eyes. "Can't your eyes see?" Su Yu's voice was hoarse, and he said in a daze, "I'm already blind." Sienna retracted her hand, looking at Su Yu. Her large, bright eyes were filled with sympathy. "You must be feeling terrible, unable to see the sun, unable to see the blue sky, and unable to see the person you love and respect." Su Yu's closed eyes were a little moist. She was still so innocent, so kind, and so heart-wrenching. "I still have a heart." Su Yu's voice was a little choked, and he resisted the urge to hug her and reunite with her. Reason told Su Yu that he could not abandon his identity as the Black Snow Devil King. He wanted to use this identity to establish himself in the Jinlong continent and break through to the fairy realm. Once it was revealed that he was Su Yu and Yin, what awaited him would be the Empire of Darkness's relentless pursuit. His revenge for Ling Xiaotian and the chance to save him would all be lost. Sienna's heart was moved. She lifted her head to look at Su Yu. She saw that the corners of his eyes were moist, and she could feel the sorrow in his heart. "Don't be sad. I believe that the person you love and respect can feel your heart." Sienna took out a handkerchief, tiptoed, and wiped away the tears at the corners of Su Yu's eyes. Long Feiyu stood at the side, his expression as gloomy as water. Qin Sienna, who had treated him coldly, was actually so warm and intimate with a stranger. "Sienna, leave him. His hands are stained with the blood of countless people. His name is forged from blood." Qin Sienna's gaze could not leave Su Yu's eyes. Her right hand clutched her chest, her bright eyes filled with doubt and sorrow. For some reason, Qin Sienna's chest ached when she looked at the Black Snow Devil King. Hearing Long Feiyu's words, Qin Sienna looked up at Su Yu, muttering, "A person with a heart is not an evil person." Long Feiyu was furious, his eyes shooting cold arrows toward Su Yu. "Black Snow Devil King, you killed the innocent and stole the treasures of others. You even dared to steal an elder's item in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven." Whoosh! Long Feiyu's murderous intent was biting cold, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. But thump! A beam of light descended from the sky, accurately striking the afterimage. At once, with a pathetic cry, Long Feiyu was kicked into the mountain, creating a tunnel hundreds of feet deep. "Darn it! You dare attack in my territory? If I do not shatter your 18 ribs, I will not live up to my famous name." The beam of light was Gang Dalei. "Pooh! In the tunnel, Long Feiyu, his clothes torn and battered, coughed up blood as he crawled out, his face filled with shock. Not only did he not feel any resentment, he even hurriedly ran over, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Gang." The half-god realm was a realm that Long Feiyu had not reached, even after working hard for a long time. "Gang," Daily Eye observed, realizing that the person in front of him was someone from the Heavenly Law Alliance who looked familiar. "So, it's a birdman from the Heavenly Law Alliance." Long Feiyu had a wronged expression. "Elder Gang, this fellow stole your spiritual liquid, secretly. After I discovered it, I immediately stopped him, but Elder Gang misunderstood." Facing Gang Daily Eye, Long Feiyu did not dare complain after being beaten. Instead, he smiled apologetically. This caused Sienna to crease her brows. Unexpectedly, Gang Daily Eye let out a laugh. "What kind of birdman are you? Are you worthy of meddling in my business?" Long Feiyu's face turned red, and he smiled apologetically. "Elder, I really did not mean to attack you. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot." Gang Daily Eye placed one hand on his waist, pointed at Long Feiyu's nose, and scolded him. "I was the one who allowed my brother Black Snow to use the spiritual liquid as he pleased. Since when was it up to a birdman like you to meddle in my business? You still want to attack me? Count yourself lucky that I did not kick you to death just now. You still dare to complain? Brother Black Snow." "Brother." Long Feiyu froze on the spot. The Black Snow Devil King was actually brothers with the half-god Gang Daily Eye? How? How was this possible? With Gang Daily Eye's explosive temper, who could be his brother? "I'm sorry, Elder Gang. I was rash. Please forgive me," Gang Daily Eye snorted. "Then why aren't you scramming?" Long Feiyu's expression was a little stiff. "Elder Gang, this time I was ordered by my father and the undead Phoenix Master to bring Qin Sienner for training. Can I take 2 drops of spiritual liquid to guard against the dragon breath?" Gang Daily Eye opened his mouth to scold him, but the words turned into dissatisfaction. "Who is your father? What does he have to do with me? Do I, Gang Daily Eye, need to give him face? As for the undead Phoenix Master, on account of the friendship between my old man and her, you may go." Long Feiyu's face twitched. He was furious, but he had no choice but to lower his head. He turned to enter the cave, but what he saw in the pond made him dumbfounded. All the spiritual liquid was gone. Not only that, even the mud at the bottom of the pond had been dug away. Su Yu had not even left a lump of mud for him. But what made Long Feiyu even more furious was that when he came out, the Black Snow Devil King had casually stuffed a small jade bottle into Qin Sienner's hands. "Keep it for yourself," Su Yu warned, subconsciously rubbing her head. "Also, use this cold leaf. Remember not to be greedy, do you hear me?" Sienner's body turned rigid, and she stood in her original position. Only one person would do such a thing to her. Looking at the Black Snow Devil King, Sienner felt as if she was facing Su Yu. She could not help but nod her head. "I would not secretly eat it, I would not," but a trace of mist flashed across her big bright eyes. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Sienner hurriedly lowered her head, jogging away. "Thank you," she said without turning her head. In the wind, Su Yu could faintly hear her sobs. Su Yu's heart ached. They had met, but he had not acknowledged her. "I'm sorry, Sienner. When I have my revenge, or when there is no one around, I will acknowledge you." Clenching his fists, Su Yu took to the sky, once again stepping into the sky above the endless abyss. Chapter 406. Above the abyss, Su Yu, Sienner, and Long Feiyu waited with rapt attention. Gang Daily Eye's voice was as loud as a bell. "The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds has been sealed. If you want to pass through the seal and enter, there is only one way. That is to use the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds token in your hands and activate it with your blood essence. It will produce the power of space and teleport you inside. The dragon abyss fruits required to break through to Heaven Master are mainly found in the messy rocks ruins. I suggest that you don't leave this area, or you won't be able to return. Gang Dalei was naturally referring to Long Feiyu. It was rumored that less than 1 in 100 people could survive the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Most of them didn't listen to the advice and left the rubble ruins. They entered the dangerous area and met with mishaps. Long Feiyu's expression was calm. As confident as he was, he did not dare to take Gang Dalei's warning lightly. Elder Gang, with my abilities, I can only protect one person. There is no other way. Long Feiyu shot a glance at Suyu. To prevent Gang Dalei from forcing him to take care of Suyu, he had tactfully declined the offer. Suyu didn't even turn his head. Take care of yourself first. With Suyu's abilities, as long as he didn't encounter any perverted dangers, he wouldn't be in any danger. On the other hand, he did not know if Xian Er's Phoenix of Death body would be able to deal with the dangers in the deep abyss. Humph! Do you need to worry about my brother? Both of you leave first. Gang Dalei waved his hands, leaving Suyu behind. After the two of them left, Gang Dalei mysteriously took out a map and stuffed it into Suyu's palm. Brother Black Snow, I can only help you this much. I wish you good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the silhouette dissipated. Suyu looked down and saw that it was a full picture of the abyss, the messy rocks ruins, and the banished abyss. Suyu discovered an extremely vast region on the map. On the map, the rubble ruins only occupied less than 1/10 of the area. However, there was an area called the Banished Abyss that was 9 times the size of the rubble ruins. From the looks of it, the so-called trial in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds was just a trial in a corner of the abyss. It couldn't even be considered as entering the abyss. What is this? Suyu suddenly noticed a blood-red mark at the corner of the map. Dragon Lock Well. On the map, this place was only a very small, not even 1/10,000th of the abyss. However, it was located in the center of the map and seemed to have a very special meaning. With this map in hand, Suyu would not be so unfamiliar with his current location. As Suyu thanked her in his heart, he activated the token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds and entered it. As soon as he entered, an astonishing turbid air assaulted his senses. An evil and corrosive energy seeped into Suyu's body. The dragon breath of the demon dragon. Suyu was slightly vigilant. Only when a gust of warm energy automatically dissolved the dragon breath that had entered his body did he feel slightly relieved. Even so, the amount of dragon breath that the earth vein spirit liquid can absorb is limited. I must leave within 3 days. Looking down, the abyss was unfathomably deep, like a bottomless pit. With vigilance, Suyu carefully descended. Above the abyss, whoosh, they were a man and a woman. One was wearing a black cloak and had an elegant temperament. The other was wearing a red cloak and looked like an immortal from a painting. This is the dragon abyss. There is an evil energy inside that corrodes one's spiritual energy and stamina. We only have 1 day. Lord Qingzhu said, "How many dragon abyss fruits we can find in a day is our good fortune." Xia Jingyu nodded slightly. "I understand." With a flash of light, 2 figures fell into it. 2 hours later, Suyu did not know how deep into the abyss he had entered. He only felt that the deeper he went, the darker it became. Luckily, the see-through ability of his soul eyes did not pose much of an obstacle. The ground! Suyu penetrated through the clouds, suddenly sensing the existence of the ground. When he saw the ground clearly, Suyu's pupils dilated. This is, being high up, Suyu could clearly see an area. Beneath his feet, there was a 1,000-mile-long claw mark. Suyu was shocked. 1,000-mile long? What kind of peerless, ferocious creature's claw mark was this? At the very bottom was a stretch of ruins. It was as if this place had once been a flourishing place that no one knew about, but had been destroyed by a ferocious creature. It was similar to the giant palm, but those were humans, while the one in front of him was an unknown creature. Filled with bewilderment, Suyu floated above the ruins and looked around. The ruins were stacked together, and everything within 100,000-mile radius was filled with rubble. All of a sudden, Suyu's sharp eyes noticed that there was a small shrub growing on top of a collapsed building. It was dark black and it looked very strange, but there was a purple fruit hanging on the branch. It was shaped like a dragon, extremely lifelike and lifelike. Could this be a dragon abyss fruit? Suyu could not believe his luck. He had just descended and found a dragon abyss fruit. Pooh! But without waiting for Suyu to act, a blurry figure pounced forward, using a pair of jade scissors to cut off the fruit, placing it in a jade box. Long Feiyu! Suyu creased his brows. They had descended from the same spot, and hence were in the same area. Sienna, I found it. Long Feiyu was a little happy. Sienna's luck is very good. Back then, a group of 10 of us spent half a day to find the first dragon abyss fruit. You found one right after descending. Sienna walked over, opening it to take a look. She raised her brows. Why is there only half left? Upon closer inspection, she realized that the dragon abyss fruit seemed to have been eaten by something. Only half was left. Long Feiyu chuckled and said, "The dragon abyss fruit is also an extremely rare spiritual fruit of the world for the creatures in the dragon abyss. It is very difficult to find a fragment. In the past, 9 out of 10 dragon abyss fruits found were incomplete." So that was the case. Sienna understood, then carefully placed the fruit into her left pocket. Suyu felt that it was a pity that someone had gotten it before him. But Suyu did not resent Sienna for it. At this moment, Long Feiyu could faintly sense that there was a human on the other side of the darkness. Black Snow Devil King? Realizing that it was him, Long Feiyu laughed. "It is a pity that Elder Gang, as a guard, could not come with you. With no one to help you, I want to see how many you can find." With his familiarity and understanding of the messy rocks ruins, Long Feiyu could naturally suppress Suyu in this aspect. Suyu did not reply, but slowly opened his soul eyes. The complicated and messy rocks ruins appeared three-dimensional in Suyu's eyes. Suddenly, Suyu's pupils dilated. He drifted to the ruins where Long Feiyu and Sienna were standing. This place had once been a collapsed palace. The only dragon abyss fruit that had grown had already been plucked. "You have not given up?" Long Feiyu was shocked. He swept his gaze across the shrubs again, confirming that there was no second fruit. He mocked. If there was, would it be your turn to snatch it? But Suyu continued to fly, but he did not land on the top of the palace. Instead, he entered a crevice formed by the collapse of the palace. Long Feiyu's gaze flickered. He floated down and looked in the direction that Suyu had come from. His pupils dilated as he discovered that, in the deepest part of the crevice, there was a shrub that was half the height of a person. There were 2 dragon-shaped fruits hanging on it. Furthermore, they were in their most complete state. "Looks like my luck is not bad." Long Feiyu's eyes were filled with excitement, but a pair of 10,000 zhong wings suddenly appeared on Suyu's back. With a flap, Suyu shot into the deepest part of the crevice, like an arrow released from a bow. "Stop!" Long Feiyu roared furiously. "If you touch it without a divine artifact, it will only turn this spiritual fruit into ashes." But his voice stopped abruptly, because Suyu had immediately taken out a small, broken jade shovel. He had scooped up the entire shrub along with the fruits. The broken divine artifact that he had obtained in the ancient Xianyin temple, the Cosmos Jade Shovel, had finally been put to use. The corners of Long Feiyu's mouth twitched. What a waste of a treasure! His eyes were gloomy and filled with murderous intent. Not only had Suyu disobeyed his warning and refined the short-distance wings that had been part of his congratulatory gift, he had also dared to snatch his item in front of everyone. In the past, Long Feiyu would have killed Suyu and turned him into ashes. But this was Gang Daliai's territory. He could not act rashly. Suyu turned and calmly ordered, "Move aside." The muscles in Long Feiyu's cheeks twitched, and he slowly moved aside. Su Yu expressionlessly brushed past Long Feiyu, flying up to the palace and arriving in front of Xian'er. "One for you." Xian'er was overwhelmed by the favor. "For me?" She knew how precious the dragon abyss fruit was. The Black Snow King had obtained 2 of them, but he had gifted one to her. Chapter 407. Biting her lips, Xian'er cut off a fruit and carefully placed it in the jade box. "Brother Black Snow, my name is Qin Xian'er. I want the dragon abyss fruit. It has an important use, so I'm sorry, but I will accept it. I will definitely repay you in the future." Xian'er clenched her small fists, her expression determined and serious. Su Yu smiled lovingly. "Sure, I'll wait." Xian'er let out a huge and adorable smile, then placed the jade box in her right pocket. Su Yu asked, "Why don't you put the 2 dragon abyss fruits together?" Xian'er raised her head and said mysteriously, "It's a secret." Long Feiyu saw this scene, his expression ugly. He was the one who had helped Xian'er break through to Heaven Master, but Su Yu had beaten him to it. Black Snow Devil King, the dragon abyss fruit is not so easy to find. Your luck will not always be good. Xian'er, let's go. Qin Xian'er playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Yu. "Goodbye, Brother Black Snow." Waving his hands, Su Yu watched as the 2 of them left, then disappeared into the fog. Using his soul eyes, Su Yu searched 100 miles around him. 2 hours passed, but he had not found another fruit. It looked like they were extremely lucky to have found one the moment they descended. Suddenly, Su Yu discovered a dragon abyss fruit growing from a crack in the stone wall in front of him. Su Yu was about to go forward when a red figure flew toward him. She had a graceful figure and an elegant demeanor. Even though her face was covered by a layer of mist that even the soul eyes could not see through, she was definitely a beautiful lady. The lady had a joyous expression as she reached out to grab the dragon abyss fruit. But at that moment, Su Yu's expression changed. "Stop!" Su Yu let out a low grunt, his body piercing through the air, heading straight for the other party. The lady had not been on guard against the person behind her, and the other party was attacking her. Instinctively, she formed a water sword in her empty left hand and used it to kill the person attacking her. The water sword was clearly a hasty attack, but its power was as great as that of a Heaven Master. Su Yu was shocked. An Immortal Realm Level 4 peak could casually unleash such a powerful attack. It was incredible. Apart from the person in front of him, this was the first time he had met someone who could rival a Heaven Master at the Immortal Level 4 realm. However, it was as if Su Yu did not care about it at all, and he tried to grab his opponent's arm. The woman furiously drew her sword and slashed at his chest. Bang! Although the water sword struck, the palm did not feel the sensation it should have felt. Instead, the water sword shattered. What a powerful body! The woman's pupils constricted and her heart sank. Oh no! Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu grabbed her arm with one hand and pulled her toward his chest abruptly. The force was very strong, and the speed was very fast. The woman's hand that was about to touch the dragon abyss fruit was forcefully pushed away. Her delicate body crashed into Su Yu's embrace. The woman was embarrassed and angry at the same time. "You, Chi!" However, a slight explosion resounded in his ears. Wisps of nauseating gas drifted over. Looking back, he saw a black and ferocious-looking little bug crawling out from the crack in the stone. A stream of air gushed out from the other party's pores and instantly melted the rock. The dragon abyss fruit was not spared. It turned into rotten meat and withered. This scene caused the woman to be at a loss. Suddenly, he grabbed her chest and pulled away, calmly saying, "This place is dangerous. Do not be careless." The woman's face turned red. The other party was not greedy for the dragon abyss fruit, nor was he trying to harm her. He had sensed danger and was trying to save her. Regaining her senses, the woman quickly caught up. Her tone was hurried and apologetic. "How's your chest?" Su Yu rubbed his chest and shook his head. I'm fine. Apart from a little pain, it was not a big deal. The body of a human king was indeed frightening. So you finally understood how insignificant a heaven master was in front of a human king. He also finally understood how lucky he was to be able to escape from Lord Shining. The woman looked carefully. Indeed, it had only torn her clothes and was not a big deal. Just as she was heaving a sigh of relief, a figure flew over from the side. He wore a black cloak and was extremely elegant. What happened? Lord Qingzhu was searching for the dragon abyss fruit on the other side and was attracted by the commotion. Xia Jingyu replied, "A very powerful poisonous insect. It was he who saved me." Him? Lord Qingzhu sized up Su Yu, standing in front of Xia Jingyu. He cupped his fists. "I am Lord Qingzhu of the Empire of Darkness. This is Lord Yu. May I know your name?" It was suspicious to meet a stranger in the dangerous land of the Dragon Abyss. Su Yu's heart shook. Xia Jingyu had been recommended to the Empire of Darkness to participate in the selection of Lord Yu. The person in front of him was Su Yu stared at Lord Yu in shock. From her figure, she was a far cry from the Xia Jingyu of 3 years ago. At that time, Xia Jingyu had only been 14 years old. The person in front of him was a young lady of 17. Even though they were the same person, the difference was huge. But with a human king of the empire by his side, how could Su Yu take the initiative to ask? Exposing Su Yu's identity would be disastrous. "Black Snow Devil King," Su Yu replied. "Is there anything else? If not, farewell." Suppressing the urge to question Xia Jingyu, Su Yu decisively chose to leave. "Wait, you are the Black Snow Devil King?" Xia Jingyu and Lord Qingzhu were both shocked. The rumored Black Snow Devil King who had massacred millions of miles of mountains and rivers? Xia Jingyu sized him up. His eyes were blind, but his senses were sharper than a normal person's. He had chased the Yu clan's young master for millions of miles without losing him. Thinking of his abilities as an immortal realm level 4 peak, the reason he had come here was obvious. "Come with us. As you said, the Dragon Abyss is dangerous. It would be good to take care of each other," Xia Jingyu said, inviting Su Yu with goodwill. Su Yu froze. He had a bad impression of the 7 Lords of Darkness because of the incident with Ling Xiaotian. He did not expect Lord Yu to be someone who knew how to repay kindness. But before he could reject, Lord Qingzhu raised his brows, taking out a broken dragon abyss fruit. "So it is the Black Snow Devil King who saved Yu. I have no way to repay you. Take this dragon abyss fruit as my thanks." Throwing it over, Lord Qingzhu took a step back. Let's go. The Black Snow Devil King has his own way of surviving. Our worries are unnecessary." Although he said this, he secretly sent a message. You are still inexperienced and do not understand the dangers of the world. This Black Snow Devil King has massacred mountains and rivers. He is murderous and cannot be trusted. Aren't you asking for trouble by inviting him into the team? In his heart, Lord Qingzhu had another thought. It was enough for him to protect Yu alone. There was no need for a second man to appear. As for the trouble Su Yu would cause if he joined the team, he had never considered it. How could someone who was fighting so hard to become a heaven master cause trouble for a human king? In the blink of an eye, Su Yu would never be able to make a comeback. Su Yu was an expert at reading people's minds. He could clearly see the contempt in Lord Qingzhu's eyes. He had no intention of being with them. Furthermore, if he stayed, he would only be humiliating himself. "Lord Qingzhu is right," Su Yu said. "You just have to be careful. There is no need to worry about me. Goodbye." Su Yu cupped his fists. As for the broken dragon abyss fruit, Su Yu flicked it back. "I am not interested in broken items. Lord Qingzhu, keep it for yourself." Su Yu did not even turn his head, leaving with a flash. After Su Yu left, Lord Qingzhu felt humiliated, grabbing the dragon abyss fruit. "This person is too arrogant. How rare are the dragon abyss fruits! Pretending to be calm and stubborn about his pride is not wise. He will need to spend a lot of time to make up for the loss he suffered from this rejection, Lord Qingzhu evaluated. Unexpectedly, Xia Jingyu looked at him calmly. I do not think that a person with a complete dragon abyss fruit would reject a broken item out of pride. Lord Qingzhu's expression turned rigid. A complete dragon abyss fruit? Him. Xia Jingyu waved her hand, causing water vapor to gather from all directions. The remaining aura in the air also merged with the water vapor. Seeing this, Lord Qingzhu was embarrassed. I see. The other party had a complete item, but he had used a broken one to send a beggar away. Unexpectedly, in comparison, he was the beggar. Such an action was a complete disgrace. Also, Xia Jingyu calmly said, if this person wanted to harm me, he would have succeeded long ago. He is very powerful, and you might not be able to do anything to him. In other words, Lord Qingzhu was gauging the heart of a ruler with his own mean measure. Just now, when Suyu had wanted to attack, Lord Qingzhu had rushed back. It was too late. Lord Qingzhu chuckled. Ha, is that so? Knowing that Lord Qingzhu was not convinced, Xia Jingyu did not bother to explain, continuing her search expressionlessly. Suyu also chose a direction, focusing on finding the dragon abyss fruit. Chapter 408. Half a day later, Suyu unfurled the map, a look of helplessness on his face. After half a day, I've only found 5 damaged dragon abyss fruits. Even with his soul eyes, it was still so difficult. This greatly exceeded Suyu's expectations. According to the rumors, one needed to consume 100 dragon abyss fruits in succession to break through to Heaven Master. From the looks of it, this rumor was not true. If it was so difficult for him, how would it be for others? Being able to return empty-handed in a day was considered lucky. There had to be more to it than met the eye. Unfortunately, he had no background and was not well informed. Unfurling the map, Suyu thought for a moment, then looked to the west. I've scanned the easternmost region. Only the region near the banished abyss has not been explored. Even though it was dangerous to approach that area, Suyu did not have much of a choice in the current situation. After all, including the travel time, it was only 3 days. With a thought, Suyu prepared to leave. Suddenly, he saw a black ripple from the corner of his eyes. Suyu looked over like lightning. Suyu exclaimed in surprise, walking over quickly. There was a pool of stagnant water 100 feet wide. The water in the pond was dark and calm without any ripples. Suyu stood at the side of the pool, rubbing his chin. The abyss has been sealed for many years. There has never been any rain, so where did the water come from? Suyu's gaze flickered, his soul eyes probing the bottom of the pool. Even though the water was dark, it was extremely clear without any impurities. Creak, however, after 20 feet, Suyu's soul energy was suddenly rebounded. Without hesitation, Suyu retreated 100 meters, his eyes filled with shock. What is going on with this black pool? This was the first time his soul eyes had been forcefully rebounded. All of a sudden, Suyu's pupils contracted, and his face lit up with joy. Beside the black pool, there was a plant as thick as a person's thigh. A purplish-black fruit hung from it. A complete dragon abyss fruit. Suyu was surprised, but after scanning for a moment, his expression turned serious. This black pool is strange. Most of the dragon abyss fruits in the messy rocks ruins had been bitten to varying degrees. Only in extremely secretive places could a complete fruit be preserved. The dragon abyss fruit in front of him grew beside the empty pool. Yet it had not been discovered by the ferocious creatures. There was definitely a danger in this black pool that even ferocious beasts were wary of. Thinking of this, Suyu retreated even further. Staring at the dragon abyss fruit, Suyu pondered quickly. If he had not lost his sight, he could have easily plucked it with space teleportation. But now, With a flicker of his eyes, Suyu released his spiritual energy and formed a human figure outside his body. For the second grade clone art, he could only rely on his clones. This avatar had already started cultivating the path of fire, although there were only a few words in the fire tribute mythological fragment. After comprehending it, the avatar would naturally carry the power of fire. Hence, it looked faintly crimson. The clone bent down and crawled on the ground. Relying on the strength of its arms and waist, it crept toward the dragon abyss fruit like a hunting leopard. It looked like it was only 1,000 feet, but the avatar actually crawled for half a cup of tea's time. Finally, the clone arrived below the dragon abyss fruit. He held the universe jade shovel in one hand and stared at the pitch-black pond for a moment. Then his right hand moved at lightning speed and dug out the entire plant. Then, together with the jade shovel, he threw it back. Suyu was prepared. He took out a huge jade box and leaped into the air, accurately storing the plant within. He grabbed the jade box with one hand and the universe jade shovel with the other. He used the short-distance wings and escaped tens of thousands of feet in an instant. Walala! Just as he was about to escape, a black wave rose from the black pool behind him, reaching a height of several thousand feet. Suyu's avatar disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Where he had just stood, there was a long black shadow that swept past. The speed was too fast, far beyond human imagination. Suyu felt a pain in his head. He knew that his avatar had been destroyed. Roar! Suddenly, a muffled and deafening roar came from the depths of the black water pool. It was as if Suyu had angered a terrifying giant. Hearing the roar, Suyu's body trembled. The spiritual energy in his body became sluggish and his blood froze. Having lost the support of the short-distance wings, he fell from the sky. He was 1,000 feet in the air. If he fell like that, wouldn't he be smashed into meat paste? Suyu's expression changed. He covered his chest with both hands and balanced his legs. He adjusted his landing position and landed on his back. Thump! With a loud thud, Suyu finally landed alive after tumbling a few times on the ground. Even though his clothes were torn, his blood was in turmoil, and his body was in pain, he was not injured. Suyu looked at the black pond in fear, a chill running down his spine. Just what kind of living being existed in the black pond? He knew that he could fight if he met a human king. But the terror of that living being made Suyu unable to think of a way to deal with it. Even a human king could not cause his spiritual energy to become sluggish and his blood to freeze with just a roar. The roar reverberated throughout the abyss, long and distant. The commotion is too great. I cannot stay here for long. Suyu checked his injuries, immediately making up his mind. But just as he was about to move, two figures broke through the clouds, cautiously heading in his direction. Brother Black Snow, we meet again. Qin Xian'er's eyes lit up, smiling as she walked over. Long Feiyu was surprised, secretly observing his surroundings. His gaze finally fixed on Suyu, sweeping his gaze across Suyu's chest. Suyu glanced at Xian'er. There was still a jade box in each of his pockets. In half a day, he did not obtain a single dragon abyss fruit. Looks like you didn't get anything either. After confirming that Suyu did not have too many dragon abyss fruits on him, he frowned and sank into deep thought. He was pondering whether he should ask Suyu about the terrifying roar that had just been heard. Shwa! The cloud surged, and from another direction, two figures subconsciously gathered. Lord Qingzhu, Lord Yu. The two of them immediately grew wary. After sizing him up, their gazes landed on Long Feiyu. The faintly discernible aura of a human sovereign made the two of them tremble slightly. Long Feiyu was also on his guard and was extremely careful. The great Lord of Darkness? Long Feiyu's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at the symbol on their cloaks. He cried out involuntarily. Lord Qingzhu secretly protected Xia, Jingyu behind him. He squinted his eyes and asked, You are? If it was only Long Feiyu, he would not have to be so cautious. However, the Black Snow Devil King seemed to be with them. Heavenly Law Alliance, Long Feiyu. Lord Qing Zhu muttered softly, feeling that the voice was familiar. He was shocked. The Heavenly Law Alliance's dragon family? Could it be the owner of that warship, the ancient dragon family? A shred of fear flashed in his eyes. As the great Lord of Darkness, he was very afraid of the dragon family. Long Feiyu wore a proud smile. That is correct. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Lord Qing Zhu smiled kindly. It is fate that we met, Brother Long here. I am Qing Zhu, and this is EU. What happened just now to cause such a huge commotion? Lord Qing Zhu? Long Feiyu's eyelids twitched, a little fearful. He glanced at Suyu and said, "When I arrived, he was already here." Black Snow Devil King? Qing Zhu creased his brows. He did not have a good impression of Suyu. His gaze passed over him, landing on the surface of the water, where the waves had yet to settle. Qing Zhu glanced at Suyu, not intending to question him. "Brother Long, you must have gained a lot in the Dragon Abyss," Lord Qing Zhu said casually, but his gaze was secretly examining Suyu and Xiaojingyu. He had a relaxed smile, as if he had gained a lot. Long Feiyu asked, "Oh, could Lord Qing Zhu have gained a lot?" "Only average." Lord Qing Zhu was a little hesitant. The two of them were testing each other. Only Qin Xianer did not notice the two of them testing each other. She raised her head and asked directly, "Brother Black Snow, how many did you find?" Suyu smiled. A black light flashed in his robes, and 3 damaged Dragon Abyss fruits were sealed in a jade box. "This half was prepared for you." Suyu stuffed it into Siener's robes. Siener was shocked, retreating hurriedly. "I cannot take any more of Brother Black Snow's Dragon Abyss fruits. You have to cultivate as well." She already felt bad accepting a complete Dragon Abyss fruit. Suyu smiled tenderly, stuffing it into Siener's robes. "Didn't you keep it for an important purpose?" Siener was in a daze. She bit her lip and accepted it apologetically. "Brother Black Snow, I will definitely repay you in the future. These Dragon Abyss fruits are very important to me." Who was not important to breaking through to Heaven Master? Lord Qing Zhu gasped, pretending to be calm and smiling. He could not help but look at Suyu in a new light. "You found 6 more?" Long Feiyu's pupils dilated. Suyu nodded slightly, walking toward the banished abyss. Lord Qing Zhu hesitated for a moment, calling out unwillingly, "Brother Black Snow, please wait." Suyu turned back to ask, "What is it?" Lord Qing Zhu had a forced smile on his face. "Brother Black Snow, we just encountered a few Heaven Master ferocious beasts. I wonder if Brother Black Snow has encountered them before?" He had encountered them before, but he had sensed them beforehand and avoided them. "If you have something to say," Suyu said with a smile, "time is limited." Having his intentions exposed, Lord Qing Zhu felt slightly awkward. "What I mean is that the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds is dangerous and unpredictable. Even the messy rock ruins are dangerous. Why don't we, as people who are training, work together?" Long Feiyu's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. However, what was surprising was that Suyu rejected him without thinking. "I am used to being alone and am not good at cooperating with others. If this is what Lord Qing Zhu wants to discuss with me, I can only express my regret." Seeing Suyu's attitude, Lord Qing Zhu felt a little indignant. Under normal circumstances, why would he lower his voice? But Lord Qing Zhu also understood that he had made Suyu unhappy by hiding his identity. "Brother Black Snow, to tell you the truth, there is something strange about the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds." Lord Qing Zhu let out a bitter laugh. "According to the information I have, even though the Dragon Abyss fruits in the messy rocks ruins are rare, it should not be like this." Long Feiyu's eyes flashed, nodding to himself. As expected, they did not have any Dragon Abyss fruits. Chapter 409. After the two experienced people verified each other's words, everyone present felt a chill creeping up their backs. So I guess that something unexpected must have happened in the Dragon Abyss. If we travel together, we can help each other and ensure our safety. On the other hand, Lord Qing Zhu lifted his head to look at Suyu. On the other hand, we can also rely on Brother Black Snow's ability to find more Dragon Abyss fruits. He had said so much because he was impressed by Suyu's ability to find Dragon Abyss fruits. Finding a complete Dragon Abyss fruit and saving Xia Jingyu from a poisonous bug. In half a day, the four of them had gained nothing. Only Suyu had found 5. This could not be described as luck. Long Feiyu had already guessed this. Thinking back, Gang Dalei had ordered them to enter the Dragon Abyss first, but had gone alone with Black Snow Devil King. For example, where the Dragon Abyss fruits were more abundant. Sienner's eyes lit up, smiling. Really? Brother Black Snow wants to come with us? Suyu creased his brows. His identity was sensitive, and it was not appropriate for him to team up with others. But from their words and actions, the situation in the Dragon Abyss was not right. It was too risky to travel alone. If it was a human king-level creature, Suyu would not be able to defeat it. He was confident he could escape. But if it was a half-god, he would be in trouble. After thinking for a while, Suyu nodded. Sure, but there are 2 conditions. First, is there a secret about the Dragon Abyss fruit that outsiders do not know? Please tell me the truth. Second, 60% of the Dragon Abyss fruits we find will belong to me. The remaining 40% will be split among the 2 of you. This. Qing Zhu and Long Feiyu hesitated. We can tell you the first condition, but isn't Brother Black Snow going overboard with the second condition? The main responsibility of protection will be shared by us 2 human kings. Brother Black Snow will only be responsible for searching. Such a distribution is not convincing. Suyu was not polite. Then you can find someone else. Qing Zhu was a little angry. This Black Snow Devil King was taking advantage of him. But unexpectedly, after hesitating for a moment, Long Feiyu nodded in agreement. I agree with Brother Black Snow's distribution. Qing Zhu was surprised. He secretly observed the relationship between Black Snow and Long Feiyu. They did not seem to be on the same side. So what was Long Feiyu's goal in agreeing? Fine, I accept your conditions. Lord Qing Zhu pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Suyu's expression softened slightly. Then, you can tell me the secret of the Dragon Abyss fruit. Considering the rarity of the Dragon Abyss fruit, 100 complete Dragon Abyss fruits are too difficult. I cannot believe that you managed to achieve a breakthrough after collecting so many Dragon Abyss fruits. Qing Zhu chuckled. Just as Brother Black Snow thought, it's not as simple as 100 Dragon Abyss fruits. In fact, directly consuming the Dragon Abyss fruits won't do you any good. Instead, the dragon breath absorbed by the Dragon Abyss fruits will destroy your body. They're extremely poisonous. It was actually like this. Suyu's heart shuddered. Fortunately, he had some misgivings and did not consume it rashly. If I want to use the Dragon Abyss fruit to make a breakthrough, I need to fulfill 2 conditions. First, I need to have 10 Dragon Abyss fruits, all 10 of them. Secondly, there must be a demigod realm beast refiner who can comprehend the heavens and earth, as well as other materials to refine it into a Dragon Abyss pill. Only then can one safely consume it and break through. The rumor of 100 Dragon Abyss fruits is naturally an exaggeration. The reason should be that when the elixir is successfully made, an illusion of 100 Dragon Abyss fruits will appear. Hence, the rumor is just a misunderstanding. Those who knew about the process of making the Dragon Abyss fruit were naturally unwilling to divulge it to outsiders. As for those who did not know, they could only make wild guesses. So that was why. Suyu immediately understood. If Brother Black Snow can give us an additional 10%, the Empire of Darkness is willing to help you make the elixir for free, Lord Qing Zhu said, his eyes flashing. Long Feiyu muttered to himself. Leave this matter to the Heavenly Law Alliance. There are hidden elixir masters in the Alliance. The chances of failure are very low. Even if they were both making elixirs, their standards would vary. A poor elixir master could result in failure, waste of materials, and delay a breakthrough. To this, Suyu replied without hesitation, "We'll talk about this later. Our current mission is to find the dragon abyss fruit." The two of them looked at Suyu, nodding silently. Qing Zhu turned back and sent a message to Yu. "Yu, we'll have to put up with it and borrow his ability." "Yu, why are you looking at that girl?" He suddenly realized that Xia Jingyu was staring at Qin Xianer, her expression complicated. There was surprise, but also an indescribable emotion. "Nothing. She just looks like an old friend," Xia Jingyu replied nonchalantly, but she sighed in her heart. She could not immediately acknowledge Qin Xianer, especially with Qing Zhu beside her. Only the king knew of her relationship with Shenyue Island, and she did not want to implicate Shenyue Island. Qin Xianer did not notice Xia Jingyu's gaze. Her small face filled with surprise. "Brother Black Snow, this is great. I'll point the way for you. Treat me as your eyes." Suyu smiled, rubbing her head. Half a day later, the group worked together. They were in charge of chasing away the ferocious beasts, while Suyu was in charge of searching for the dragon abyss fruits. They found a total of 10 fruits. Suyu alone found 6. In total, 1 was complete, and the other 8 were damaged. Xia Jingyu looked at the 3 dragon abyss fruits in her hands, her brows creasing. The degree of damage to the dragon abyss fruits varies. According to the ideal situation, these can only be counted as half of the dragon abyss fruits. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to gather enough dragon abyss fruits to refine the dragon abyss elixir. Even Suyu was creasing his brows. The combined dragon abyss fruits of the 3 of them could only be enough for 1 person. "Brother Black Snow, did we miss anything? Should we go back and search again?" Lord Qing Zhu was deeply worried. The price to obtain a token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds from the Heavenly Law Alliance was not small. If they returned like this, they would suffer a great loss. Suyu shook his head. "The dragon abyss fruits in the Messy Rocks ruins are all in our hands. If there are any left, they can only be in the Banished Abyss." Banished Abyss? The expressions of the 4 of them turned grave. Long Feiyu said seriously, "In the Banished Abyss, the ferocious beasts are not the scariest. The scariest are the people. Over the past 10,000 years, the Heavenly Law Alliance has captured many vicious people and sealed them in the Dragon Abyss. No one knows how many are still alive and how strong they are. The only thing we know is that there are definitely people of the king level. The number of human kings who have fallen in the Banished Abyss is definitely not in the single digits." Even human kings had fallen? Qing Zhu, Xia Jingyu, and Suyu were shocked. It was rumored that more than 90% of the people had fallen in the Banished Abyss. That place was an extremely dangerous place. Did they really have to go there? "We can only give it a try," Suyu said seriously. He had to make a breakthrough to Heaven Master. Chapter 410. Everyone nodded and headed towards the Banished Abyss together. It was more like a sunken basin than an abyss. The terrain gradually slid downwards. The vegetation was flourishing, far surpassing the rubble ruins. Of course, the demonic dragon's aura was even denser. Xia Jingyu's pretty face was slightly pale. She seemed to have consumed a lot of her physical strength and spiritual qi. Qing Zhu and Long Feiyu were slightly better, but they were also a little strange. Only Suyu and Xianer, who had consumed the earth vein spiritual liquid, were extremely calm. At that time, they had reached the top of a hill. This hillside is where the 2 intersects. At the bottom of the hillside is where the Banished Abyss is. The terrain gets steeper and steeper as you go down. It's extremely vast, at least 10 times the size of the rubble ruins. We must not go in. Everyone nodded slightly. "I found a complete dragon abyss fruit." Su Yu cried out involuntarily as he pointed at the side of a rock. Everyone was excited. It was indeed a complete dragon abyss fruit. Qing Zhu and Long Feiyu guarded him on both sides. The three of them tapped lightly on the ground with the tips of their feet. They did not fly rashly and carefully put away the dragon abyss fruits. After obtaining a complete dragon abyss fruit, everyone's spirits were lifted. The dragon abyss fruit in the banished abyss was indeed much stronger than the messy rock's ruins. There are two of them in front of us. Su Yu's soul eyes scanned the area, and he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Taking a closer look, there were 3 dragon abyss fruits growing randomly under a huge tree. The 3 of them were overjoyed and successfully plucked it. 2 hours later, the dragon abyss fruits within a radius of 100 li were all taken. Su Yu had 3 complete pills and 12 were damaged, which meant that he had 9 complete pills. Qin Xianer, on the other hand, had 2 intact and 10 damaged, making a total of 7 intact. Xia Jingyu, on the other hand, had 2 intact and 6 damaged, making a total of 3 intact. Within a radius of 100 miles, the harvest was several times more than the entire messy rock ruins. However, there was still a long way to go to meet the requirement of 10 pills. We are only a little bit away. If we give up now, it would be a pity. How about we take the risk and advance another 50 kilometers? Qin Zhu Saint was slightly anxious. Only Xia Jingyu was still a long way off. Su Yu lacked 1, Qin Xianer lacked 3, and Xia Jingyu lacked 7. Long Feiyu gritted his teeth. I have no objections. However, once I reach 10, I will immediately retreat and turn back. Looking at the darkness in front of him, Long Feiyu was extremely wary. Lord Qing Zhu's expression changed slightly, and his gaze landed on Su Yu. Black Snow Devil King, can you help us? The Black Snow Devil King was only missing 1. Once he found it, they would have to spend a lot of time to find all 7. Moreover, they might not even be able to find all 7 within a 25-kilometer radius. In such a dangerous place, stopping for a moment was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Su Yu replied without hesitation, I'm sorry, but I'm not obligated to risk my life for you. The agreement between them was to search for the dragon abyss fruit together. Since he had gathered all of them, he could leave at any time. There was no such thing as going back on his word. Lord Qing Zhu's face was full of anxiety. After thinking for a while, he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his bosom. There was a weak green flame in it. It was like a lamp that could be extinguished at any time. However, the flames emitted an aura that made Su Yu's eyelids twitch. This is the Netherworld Ghost Flame. It's a rare treasure for those who cultivate fire-attributed cultivation methods. If you can refine it, it will greatly increase the strength of your cultivation method. Its value is not inferior to a mid-grade divine artifact. If Brother Black Snow is willing to help, I will gift this item to you. Su Yu was tempted. The fragment of a legendary-level cultivation technique from his clone only had a few words, and its power was limited. If it could be combined with the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Unfortunately, I am an ice-based cultivator. Fire-based treasures are useless to me. Su Yu was expressionless, releasing shreds of cold energy. The cold energy was extremely strong, causing the surrounding air to instantly turn cold. Lord Qing Zhu had a troubled expression. At this moment, Xia Jingyu spoke. I have 10 mid-grade divine artifacts with me. You can choose one. Creak. Xia Jingyu did not move, but she took out 10 mid-grade divine artifacts from thin air. Su Yu gasped. A space divine artifact. According to Yu Niazi, there were no more than 5 people in the continent who possessed such divine artifacts. The most shocking thing was that she actually had 10 divine weapons, and they were all mid-grade divine weapons. Even though they were normal mid-grade divine artifacts and not top-notch palace garrison divine artifacts, it was ridiculous for one person to possess 10 of them. Lord Qing Zhu's eyes were burning with passion, his expression bitter. EU, Over the past year, you've taken all the other Lord's divine artifacts, haven't you? Yu's comprehension abilities were demon-like. No matter how difficult a cultivation technique was, she could comprehend it within half a month. Thus, many fighters from the headquarters asked her to comprehend their cultivation techniques. At first, Yu had helped them for free, as they were from the same faction. But this action had attracted unnecessary trouble. Too many fighters had swarmed toward her, not caring about the effects on her cultivation as they begged her. Yu could not find peace. She had no choice but to state her conditions. 1 mid-grade divine artifact in exchange for the complete comprehension of an immortal-level cultivation technique, and a low-grade divine artifact in exchange for the comprehension of an immortal-level cultivation technique. Unknowingly, she had accumulated 10 frightening mid-grade divine artifacts. Apart from the king, no one dared to compete with her in the number of mid-grade divine artifacts. Yu was shocked, but his gaze had already begun choosing. A moment later, he fixed his gaze on a cosmos ring. It was completely red and emitted a scorching heat. Shreds of faintly discernible flames burned within the cosmos ring. I want that, along with the netherworld ghost flame. Also, give me the netherworld ghost flame first. Return the divine artifact to me after the matter is over. Yu chose this item. It was too suitable for his clone. Xia Jingyu looked at Yu profoundly and calmly smiled. Sure. Qing Zhu froze, immediately realizing that he had been tricked. The other party seemed to be in desperate need of a fire-based item. A bottle of netherworld ghost flame would have sufficed, but he had been extorted of a mid-grade divine artifact. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Take it. Yu was satisfied with the netherworld ghost flame. The group discussed for some time, then quietly advanced 50 miles forward. Not long after, Yu found enough dragon abyss fruits. An hour later, Xiener was only 1 short, and Xia Jingyu was 5 short. Suddenly, Yu's pupils dilated. There are 2 dragon abyss fruits in front. Wait, one of them looks strange. Following Yu's line of sight, the group came to a banyan tree. There were 2 dragon abyss fruits hanging on a shrub. One was purple, but the other was black. Demonic dragon abyss fruit. Qing Zhu, Long Feiyu, and Xia Jingyu cried out at the same time, their expressions shocked. Demonic dragon abyss fruit? Xia Jingyu stared at the dragon abyss fruit, unable to conceal her joy. The dragon abyss fruit is formed from the breath of the demonic dragon. The thicker the breath, the better the quality of the dragon abyss fruit. But there is a type of dragon abyss fruit that contains pure demonic dragon breath. Its entire body is black. That is the demonic dragon abyss fruit. The energy contained in one is 10 times that of a dragon abyss fruit. This one seems to have been eaten by something. It is damaged, but it is definitely worth 5 whole dragon abyss fruits. With that, Xia Jingyu's dragon abyss fruit would also meet the requirements of perfection. To be able to leave earlier was what they wanted. Without another word, the group quietly walked forward, wanting to pluck the fruit. But suddenly, Long Feiyu's expression changed, instinctively blocking his chest with his arms. Thump! It was as if something had ruthlessly struck his arm, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, tumbling a few times. Be careful! There's something! Long Feiyu exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in shock. He had not even figured out who, when, or from what angle it was that had attacked. Su Yu and Qing Zhu rolled on the ground without hesitation, distancing themselves from the demonic dragon abyss fruit. Their expressions were shocked. Enemy? Where was the enemy? It was understandable that Qing Zhu had not discovered it with his naked eyes, but Su Yu had not discovered it when he used his soul eyes. Ah! Qing Zhu let out a pathetic cry, clutching his neck as he screamed on the ground. His expression was that of pain. It was definitely not an act. Su Yu's expression changed. What had happened? Su Yu's eyes flashed, fixing his gaze on the demonic dragon abyss fruit. His soul eyes gradually focused. In that instant, the black demonic dragon abyss fruit gradually changed in Su Yu's eyes. From a fruit, it gradually turned into the face of a baby. No, it only had the outline of a baby. Its head was like that of a bat, but also like that of a dog. Its nose was long and sharp, and fangs protruded from the sides of its mouth. Its head was covered in black fur, looking ferocious and terrifying, like a ferocious ghost. Its dusky yellow eyes resembled a human's ferocious smile. It was as if the ferocious ghost had felt Su Yu's gaze. Its expression froze, evidently surprised that someone had discovered its existence. When it regained its senses, its eyes revealed a ferocious glint, its mouth dripping with a foul stench. Its deep eye sockets shot out 2 green rays of light. In that instant, Su Yu felt dizzy, and he began to hallucinate. Not good. Chapter 411. Without thinking, Su Yu bit his tongue fiercely. The pain came, and the dizziness dissipated. Be careful, it's an illusion technique, Su Yu growled. This growl contained the aura of the Buddhist saint's 8 characters. It was as loud as a bell deafening. Long Feiyu and Qing Zhu felt a chill in their hearts. A strange thing had happened. The pain they had felt gradually dissipated after they had regained consciousness. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were completely unharmed. What a powerful illusory technique. It can actually produce such a realistic sense of pain. Their expressions changed slightly, and the way they looked at Su Yu gradually changed as well. In terms of abilities and cultivation level, they were far superior to Su Yu. Why was Su Yu not affected? With their minds clear, the group looked toward the dragon abyss fruit once again. It was not a demonic dragon abyss fruit, but a ghost that looked like a dog, like a bat, but not a dog. That plant was not a dragon abyss fruit shrub, but the body of the ghost. It was a pitch-black skeleton, its structure mysterious, unlike any other living creature. Its neck was thin, its bones dense, and it looked shockingly similar to a plant. Evil creature. Long Feiyu let out a loud grunt, striking from afar. The spirit energy in his body condensed into a tiger, pouncing forward. Suddenly, the ghost let out a bone-chilling laugh. Attacking from afar to test my abilities and ensure my safety. You are not stupid. Speaking human language? What kind of monster was this? The ghostly creature's body moved and rose from the ground. Crack, the earth split open, and a huge black skeleton, 30 feet tall, grew out from the depths of the earth. Its body was like a giant ape, its head as small as a fist. It was truly strange. The ghost did not move, allowing the tiger to pounce on it. The 3 Zhang ghost's body swayed slightly, but it was not injured. What a strong defense, the group thought, shocked. Long Feiyu's eyelids twitched. Sienna, let's go. We'll give up on the dragon abyss fruit for now. The ghost was mysterious and powerful. It would not be worth it to fight it head-on. Qing Zhu also retreated secretly. Su Yu was 1 step ahead of them, sliding hundreds of zhang in the other direction. The 3 of them decided to split up and retreat. It's too late to leave now. The ghost let out a sinister laugh, letting out a sharp whistle. Bang, bang! Suddenly, many hair-like roots sprouted from the ground and wrapped around the 3 of them. His body is still underground. Qing Zhu's expression changed drastically. She pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped into the air. Chi! 3 roots pierced through the ground, heading straight for him. It was so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. However, he was the great sage of darkness after all. His reaction and battle prowess were definitely not to be trifled with. Clear wind sword. With a clench of his fist, 3 wind blades that were half a zhang long slashed down. The strike of a sovereign personage drew on the power of the world, showing terrifying might. Pa! The roots snapped. However, 1,000 roots suddenly burst out from the ground and rushed toward the green bamboo like a waterfall. Qing Zhu's expression changed. He thrust out with both palms, and a total of 9 wind blades shot out. Clang! The 1,000 tendrils were as soft as refined iron, and the wind blades were bounced off. It wrapped around Qing Zhu and dragged him into the ground. Sky Water Seal. At the critical moment, Xia Jingyu grabbed the air with her fingertips. The 3,000 roots trembled slightly, and a faint red liquid was forcibly extracted from the roots. The roots shriveled up a little, and the ghost screamed as it was dragged along. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qing Zhu forcefully broke free and flew into the sky. After checking, Qing Zhu was shocked to discover that the muscles where the roots had entangled had withered and hardened with green spots. This ghost can devour the life force of humans. Qing Zhu gasped. Xia Jingyu shot out a curtain of water that emitted a sparkling white light to heal the wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound returned to normal, no longer stiff. It can only heal the wound, Xia Jingyu said with a frown. Thank you. Qing Zhu was embarrassed and thanked him in embarrassment. He had clearly been protecting him, but he had needed Xia Jingyu's help. Let's fly into the sky first. Long Feiyu protected Xianer, shooting thousands of zhang away. The roots chased after them, almost wrapping around Long Feiyu many times. It was a dangerous situation. In the end, they escaped hundreds of miles and returned to the messy rocks ruins. The group gathered once again. Where's Brother Black Snow? Xianer had always paid attention to Suyu, but only they had returned. Qing Zhu was at a loss. There was chaos just now. I did not notice. Long Feiyu's gaze flickered. No need to worry. The Black Snow Devil King's abilities are shocking, and he is very experienced. His reactions are even faster than ours. He should be safe and sound. Only Xia Jingyu's brows curved. That may not be the case. You are human king fighters. It is not surprising that you could escape the roots. But the Black Snow Devil King's abilities are not enough to deal with the roots. Furthermore, we had an agreement. We would protect him, and he would be responsible for finding the dragon abyss fruit. Now that we are in danger, we have abandoned him. A shred of guilt welled up in his heart. Long Feiyu's gaze flickered. Why don't I take the risk and go back to take a look? Xianer was instantly grateful. Mr. Long, you must save Brother Black Snow. It was rare to realize that Long Feiyu was a responsible person. He was not as annoying as she had imagined. Whoosh! Without further ado, Long Feiyu immediately moved. However, he stood hundreds of miles in the sky to prevent any sneak attacks. The remaining group was silent. This might explain why there are so few dragon abyss fruits this time around, Qing Zhu said with a sigh. Xia Jingyu nodded. That ghost seems to feed on the dragon abyss fruit. More importantly, its abilities are frightening. The attacks of the 2 human kings were ineffective, but its aura is clearly that of a heaven master. How could it be so powerful? Qing Zhu's calf ached, his heart palpitating. Xia Jingyu thought for a moment, as if searching her mind for something. She slowly opened her eyes, her expression grave. I'm afraid we have encountered the legendary Rakshasa. Qing Zhu was not surprised by Xia Jingyu's actions. This woman had read hundreds of thousands of scriptures in the Empire of Darkness. She had a superb memory and a photographic memory. There was not much in the world that she did not know. Xianer was confused. Sister Iyu, what is a Rakshasa? Is it very powerful? Iyu shook her head. A Rakshasa is not considered powerful. After a living creature dies, its soul is contaminated by evil energy for a long period of time. In the end, it attaches itself to a host. It is proficient in secret soul techniques and has a strong physical body. Its weakness is that it is afraid of fire and objects of yang energy. If it can be countered, a human heaven master can easily defeat it. Among the ghosts, it is the weakest existence. Above it are frightening ghosts at the half-god realm like the White Azura. In fact, above the White Azura is the legendary heavenly ghost. It is an existence that transcends the world and is at the fairy realm. There were ghosts at the level of the fairy realm in the world. From the looks of it, the Rakshasa was extremely weak among the ghosts. The fact that they could escape so easily was proof enough. Thus, the Rakshasa is not considered powerful, you said. But what worries me is that, according to the ancient texts, the Rakshasa never acts alone. They only act in pairs. Suyu dove into the banished abyss, not following them. Suyu stopped running when he reached a sunken boulder. He turned around slightly. Not running anymore. The huge body of the ghost approached, sweeping its gaze across the surroundings. The ghost's cunning eyes narrowed. It looks like you did not choose your path in a panic. Instead, you lured me here. You seem to be very confident that you can deal with me. Suyu was calm. It's all right. It should not be a problem for me to deal with you. The ghost laughed coldly. A mere immortal realm human wants to fight with me? What a joke! Creak! But Suyu flicked his wrist, burying a bolt of lightning beneath his feet. At once, a pungent smell filled the air. The ghost's face twitched, its eyes filled with ferocity. Since you are so confident, why did you launch a sneak attack? Suyu let out a cold laugh. Do you think that this little bit of lightning can deal with me? The ghost was a little wary, not daring to advance. Suyu's eyes flashed. There is only you and me here. You can say whatever you want. Among all of us, you only chased after me. You must be plotting something. In terms of life force, the ghost could not be compared to a human king. It was difficult to understand why it would chase after Suyu alone. So what if I know? The only thing that awaits you is death. The specter let out a low roar, and tens of thousands of roots surged out. Suyu was calm. Thousand thunder finger. A ring of purple lightning flew out from his fingertip, imprinting itself on the roots. Creak! The tens of thousands of roots were destroyed in an instant. Lightning was an object of yang in the world. It was the best way to counter evil. The ring of lightning did not slow down, attacking the body of the ghost. The ghost let out a pathetic cry. Its entire body was covered in black rocks. Faintly discernible flames burned on its body. So, you are a martial artist who specializes in lightning-based techniques. The ghost's fear deepened, its ferocity even more intense. Unfortunately, you are only at this level. If you had become a heaven master, I would still be wary of you. Unfortunately, the ghost suddenly let out a cold laugh. That attack just now had been to test the other party's limits. Seeing that his lightning-based techniques had not reached the upper tier, he was completely at ease. With a sinister laugh, the ghost's huge body came crashing down. Suyu's expression did not change. His 1,000 Thunderfinger was only at lower class, more than enough to deal with an immortal realm level 4 peak. Against a heaven master, it was not as powerful as he wished. This was even under the effect of his control. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal any damage to the powerful body of the ghost before him. He formed the 1,000 Thunderfinger again. The ring of lightning rumbled, imprinting itself on the other party's body. The ghost let out a pathetic cry, forcefully pulling out a 100-foot-long black bone. Suyu's shoulder slid, dodging it agilely. But suddenly, a sharp black bone shot out from the ground, as if it wanted to pierce through Suyu on the spot. At that moment, Suyu was flying backward. His movements were at their slowest. "Give me your life." The ghost let out a sinister laugh. But suddenly, the ghost let out a heart-wrenching cry, turning its head to look behind it. A bolt of spirit energy had formed Suyu. His entire body was a fiery red, releasing a scorching heat. He was holding a bottle of jade-green flames, which he splashed onto the ghost's body. The temperature of the jade-green flames was extremely high. In an instant, The ghost's body was engulfed in raging flames. Second grade clone technique. Chapter 412. Su Yu's expression was calm. Of course it was when you were creating the illusion. At that time, the Rakshasa had to deal with the three of them. After Su Yu had awakened from the illusion, the first thing he had done was to create a clone to carry the netherworld green flames. Now he had finally succeeded. With an unwilling roar, the ghost was burned to ashes. Thump! A dull sound traveled into Su Yu's ears. Su Yu stepped forward, surprised. With a wave of his sleeves, the ashes scattered, revealing a grayish-black crystal the size of an egg. Black crystal! Su Yu was shocked. Just like how the human race had a cultivation dantian to gather spirit energy, ghosts naturally had something similar. That was the black crystal. The black crystal contained the energy it had cultivated. It was pitch black inside. Could it be the demonic dragon's breath? Sensing it carefully, it was no different from the aura of the dragon abyss fruit. In fact, it was 5 times purer. This black crystal was equivalent to 5 complete dragon abyss fruits. Furthermore, so you could faintly sense that there was a weak and pure soul energy within it. Ghosts were formed when their soul energy was corroded by an external evil. However, a portion of the soul energy could not be corroded due to special reasons. Hence, it was sealed within the black crystal by the ghost. This portion of soul energy had lost its owner's consciousness and had not been corroded by the evil. It was the purest of souls. If it could be refined into elixirs, it would be extremely beneficial to strengthening one's soul energy. His heaven's son, gazing at air technique, was stuck at stage 1 upper class. This black crystal might be the key to breaking through the bottleneck. The only pity was that there were too few of them. In the banished abyss, there was an ancient hall suspended in a deep ravine. 2 black-robed men stood in front and behind. The man in front was blind in his left eye. A long claw mark ran through the left half of his face. The man in the back was missing a piece of his head, as if it had been bitten by something. However, he was lucky enough to survive. The 2 of them quietly observed the spirit pool beneath their feet. The pool water reflected the scene of Su Yu killing the ghost. The man with the knife scar laughed. This group of people came at the right time, just in time for the once-a-century demonic dragon blood sacrifice. Even though it is nearing its end, it is even scarier. The headless man at the back said coldly, "The life and death of outsiders have nothing to do with us. It's just that this little guy is quite extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, he should be proficient in body arts, thunder Dao, and even a soul prodigy. Moreover, he was quite skilled in all of them. It's really a pity that he died like this." The man in front snorted. "What's there to feel pity about? Could it be that you sympathize with outsiders? Generation after generation, generation after generation. The abyss that trapped the demonic dragon. Who did it? Isn't it them?" The headless man shook his head coldly. "Sympathy? Why do I have such silly feelings? I was just thinking that it would be a pity for such a person to die in the hands of ghosts. Why not?" The man in front of him realized something. "You mean?" The man behind him nodded calmly. "All right, go and do it." "Be careful of the ghosts," the scarred man instructed. The brain-damaged man said coldly, "You worry too much. As long as it's not that heavenly ghost, even if the white azura comes, what's there to fear? Then go." After the brainless man left, the knife-scarred man's remaining right eye shot out a fierce glint. "Once my Cosmos Thundersword is completed, will the banished abyss still have a place for you? Do you really think that just because you're proficient in ghost-controlling techniques, you can sit with me? When the Cosmos Thundersword is completed, even if that heavenly ghost comes, it will be annihilated." As the man muttered to himself, his entire body was covered in black lightning. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, immediately left the Rakshasa land of ashes. He took a roundabout route and found a withered tree hole to hide in. Su Yu held the green netherworld flame in his hand. summoning his clone. His eyes flashed, and a wisp of green netherworld flame was extracted from his fingers, fusing it with the clone. Creak! The clone flickered violently, as if it was about to collapse. Activate that piece of mythical artifact. The clone sat down cross-legged, forming seals with both hands. The seals were profound and extraordinary. A faint crimson color circulated throughout the clone's body. The wisp of green netherworld flame that had entered the clone's body was silently absorbed. Finally, the crimson body had an additional tinge of emerald green. As expected, the piece of mythical artifact does not have a clear method to control and swallow the flames, but it contains a will to command all the flames in the world, just like the Buddhist saints' 8 characters, which can command the spirit energy of heaven and earth, condensing it into a heavenly voice. As such, controlling the flames to temper my body is not a difficult task. With his heart at ease, Suyu methodically constructed the clone. 2 hours later, a crimson figure appeared in front of Suyu. The figure's body was translucent, and the flames were restrained. Suyu could not sense any heat from it. It was no different from a normal spirit energy clone. Oh, that piece of mythical artifact's control over the flames has reached such a high level? Suyu stroked his chin, feeling surprised. Even his original body had not detected the clone's fire-based aura. This was a completely different situation from before, when the clone's entire body was at a high temperature. Haha, if that's the case, I might be able to give the enemy a surprise at a crucial moment. Suyu smiled. Retrieving the clone, Suyu thought for a moment, preparing to look for them and meet up with them. With the black crystal, which could replace 5 Dragon Abyss fruits, Suyu could give 1 or 2 Dragon Abyss fruits to Siener to make up for the amount of Dragon Abyss elixirs. As for Qingzhu and Iyu, Suyu did not plan to take the risk of entering the banished abyss for them. Previously, when he was in danger, Qingzhu had no intention of helping him. Now that the agreement had been broken, why should he risk his life for them? Even though he had a good impression of Iyu, it was not to the extent where he would risk his life for her. But Suyu's eyes flashed, and he sat down once again. His soul eyes opened, piercing through the trees and the dense fog, looking dozens of miles away. A figure sneakily approached. The silhouette of the figure was that of Long Feiyu. It's him. Suyu was slightly shocked. He did not think that Long Feiyu had saved him out of kindness. After experiencing the danger just now, Suyu could have died at the hands of the ghost. How could Long Feiyu forget such a good excuse? At this moment, Long Feiyu had a yellow dog on his palm. It sniffed the air continuously, occasionally barking in Suyu's direction. Long Feiyu wore a cold smile as he walked toward Suyu. I knew you would not die so easily. Long Feiyu let out a ferocious laugh, walking quickly toward Suyu. Suyu's expression changed slightly, and he slowly stood up. It looked like he could not stay for long. He had to quickly meet up with them. Even though he was not afraid of fighting Long Feiyu, this place was dangerous. In his weakened state, he would undoubtedly die. However, just as Suyu was about to get up, an aura that made him shudder suddenly descended without any warning. Suyu's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly squatted down, concealing his aura. That terrifying aura belonged to a half-god. There really was a half-god in the Dragon Abyss. Upon closer inspection, it was a humanoid ghost with black wings on its back and white fur all over its body. It had a purple-faced fanged face, and its eyes glowed with a bloody light. It held a long spiked mace in its hand. It looked menacing and cold. Suddenly, the white-furred ghost turned its head subconsciously, looking in the direction of Suyu, who was 2 miles away. Shocked, Suyu hurriedly withdrew his soul eyes, secretly shocked. Could this be the white Azura? Suyu was wary. The white Azura's bloody eyes flashed with hesitation, then withdrew his gaze and shot toward Long Feiyu. Woof, woof! Suddenly, the earthy yellow puppy in Long Feiyu's palm began to bark anxiously, filled with fear and alarm. Long Feiyu froze, his expression turning serious. Without another word, he dodged to the side and hid behind a giant rock. Whoosh! At that moment, a gale arrived. A 2 zhang tall, giant ghost covered in white fur floated in the air. Its powerful wings stirred up a gale, and the sound of its wings filled the air. Long Feiyu gasped, his heart filled with shock. Half god. His heart was filled with regret. In order to kill Suyu, he had taken the risk to return to search for Suyu. He had not expected to encounter the white Azura. The white Azura lowered its head and let out a cold laugh. Since I'm already here, do I still need to hide? The white Azura lowered its head and let out a cold laugh, swinging the spiked mace in its hand down. Crack! The giant rock exploded into 2 halves, revealing Long Feiyu's real body. The white Azura grabbed with its 5 fingers. A human king cultivation level that contains pure spirit energy. TSK. What good material for a blood sacrifice. You're much stronger than those mixed races in the abyss. Long Feiyu was shocked, but he did not react quickly enough. He released 2 powerful palm prints and took out a long whip from his waist. As he swung it, the long whip wrapped around a giant rock thousands of zhang away with the speed of lightning. Using the force of the attack, he shot into the sky, entering flight mode at the fastest speed possible. At the same time, the long whip in his hand turned into an afterimage as it attacked the white Azura. Everything was done in a short moment, but the white Azura let out a cold laugh and did not speak. The heavy spiked mace in its hand was like a feather. With a light wave, it destroyed the 2 palm prints. At the same time, he casually made a grabbing motion, accurately catching the whip in his hand. The white Azura let out a cold laugh and pulled. A middle-grade divine artifact is fine, but a human is not. Thump! Long Feiyu, who had flown tens of thousands of zhang away, flew backward at a speed even faster than his original speed. He landed accurately in the white Azura's palm. Be a good blood sacrifice. The white Azura let out a cold grunt, knocking Long Feiyu unconscious on the spot. Pausing, the white Azura looked in Su Yu's direction. It hesitated for a moment, then spread its wings and flew over. Looking at the ancient tree below for a moment, it flicked its finger, and the ancient tree exploded. A warm aura flowed within it. That feeling just now was not an illusion, the white Azura said. Forget it. I don't think he can escape the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Whoosh! With a flash of white, the white Azura disappeared. After a long time, the soil beneath the ancient tree suddenly wriggled, and a head cautiously poked out. Su Yu surveyed his surroundings with his soul eyes, feeling slightly relieved. But Su Yu did not feel relaxed. Instead, he felt unusually solemn. What is a blood sacrifice? It seems like they were not the only ones who came out. Su Yu's heart sank. Had Xiener and the others also encountered the white Azura? Woof, woof. At that moment, a light bark came from beneath his feet. It was the spiritual dog that Long Feiyu had dropped when he was captured. Su Yu's gaze flickered. He kept the dog, then headed toward the Messy Rocks ruins. In the Messy Rocks ruins, Qing Zhu's face was pale as he fled with Xia Jingyu and Qin Xiener. Chapter 413. Qing Zhu's cultivation level was weaker than theirs. In addition, they had arrived a day ago, and their bodies had already been corroded by the demonic dragon's breath. How could they be faster than the white Azura? They were about to break through the abyss and return to the outside world. But the white Azura was only a few steps away. I can't bring all of you with me. There's still a glimmer of hope, Qing Zhu said apologetically without looking at anyone. Qin Xiener's body stiffened. She turned to look at the ferocious white Azura, tears welling up in her eyes. But at the critical moment, she said bravely, "Let me go." She did not belong to the Empire of Darkness. Qing Zhu had already done his part by bringing her with him to this place. Qing Zhu felt guilty. It went against his conscience to abandon a petite girl in the face of danger. Qing Zhu, bring Sienna away. Xia Jingyu's eyes flashed with determination. She broke free from Qing Zhu and formed seals, forming a water screen that covered 100 zhang. Qing Zhu's expression changed. You're crazy. Xia Jingyu said calmly, I can't let her go. Qin Xian'er was stunned. She came to her senses and struggled. Wait, I don't want you to save me. Even naive, Qin Xian'er knew that whoever stayed behind would die. How could she let a stranger die for her? Xia Jingyu formed seals quickly. In a few breaths, 18 layers of water seals covered the area below them. Xia Jingyu turned back, her eyes fixed on Qin Xian'er, but it seemed like she was looking at someone else. After a moment of silence, she took out a black book. It was made of jade and emitted a shocking spiritual pressure. Divine artifact, starry sky, heavenly book. Qing Zhu's expression changed again. This was only a low-grade divine artifact, but it was Xia Jingyu's most important divine artifact. It was as important as her life. This book recorded everything Xia Jingyu had seen in the Jinlong continent. She had copied it with her soul power. She had seen tens of thousands of techniques of the Empire of Darkness, countless scriptures, and all the knowledge and techniques of the world were in it. Even Lord Bai Luo had coveted this heavenly book. The techniques in it contained all the treasures of the Empire of Darkness. As long as one obtained this book, they would be proficient in all the techniques of the Empire of Darkness. Now that he had taken it out, he was making arrangements for his funeral. Whoosh, the heavenly book spun, but it did not fall into Qing Zhu's hands. Instead, it fell into Qin Xian'er's arms. Qing Zhu, promise me that you won't touch it, Xia Jingyu pleaded as she looked at Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu's heart skipped a beat. The greed in his eyes gradually melted. Why did you give it to her? He could not understand why Xia Jingyu would give her most precious, heavenly book to a stranger. Qin Xian'er was also stunned. Sister Yu, I don't want your book. Come back quickly. Xia Jingyu looked at Qin Xian'er and forced a smile. Xian'er, help me pass it to Suyu. Tell him that I have not let him down. That book was the world she had seen. She wanted to use her eyes to replace Suyu and see the prosperity of the Zhenlong continent. Qin Xian'er was lost in thought. You knew Suyu? Who is she? Lastly, I wish you all the best, Xian'er. Xia Jingyu's eyes were filled with tears and her heart ached. In the end, he still had to fulfill Qin Xian'er's wish. She was obviously the one who was preventing Xia Jingyu from getting close to Suyu, and it was only after her death that Xia Jingyu and Suyu had a chance to get together. She had once thought that it would be great if Qin Xian'er could disappear from the world one day. But why was it that when Qin Xian'er was about to disappear from the world, the one Xia Jingyu gave up was herself, helping Qin Xian'er? Why? Because if she abandoned Qin Xian'er, Suyu would hate her for the rest of his life when he found out the truth. Because she could not bear Suyu's gaze of disgust. Because she could live in his heart. Leave quickly. Xia Jingyu's fingertips moved at lightning speed. Like a phantom, she condensed a bubble and pushed the two of them towards the abyss. Qin Xian'er was shaken, her eyes filled with tears. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Xia Jingyu raised her head and smiled. Her smile was filled with relief, reluctance, and a bit of desolation. I am just an old friend. In the end, she did not say her name. She did not want Suyu to be sad. If she died, Suyu would definitely feel guilty and sad. If she died, Suyu would definitely feel guilty and sad. Perhaps when Suyu flipped open the starry sky, heavenly book, he would understand the truth. But even if it was just a moment later, it was enough. Qing Zhu slowly closed his eyes, rising into the sky. You're not worth it. Green Bamboo's eyes snapped open. Rage and hatred filled his eyes as he roared. She was not worth it for Suyu. Suyu, Inu, I will make you pay with your life. Qing Zhu roared, tears rolling down his cheeks. He took Qin Xian'er with him, using Xia Jingyu's push to fly upward. Seeing them leave, Xia Jingyu felt as if she could see Su Yu in the distance, his past and future. In this life, she would never see Su Yu again. She would never see that face that she had missed day and night. Creak! The white Azura flew up, his dark face cold. I do not understand the feelings of you humans, the white Azura said with a sigh. I will never understand Lord Shangji's back when she looks up at the starry sky, lost in thought. The white Azura waved his halberd. 9 of the 18 layers of water curtains were destroyed. On the brink of death, Xia Jingyu did not give up. The water vapor around her body dissipated, and just as the last 9 layers of light curtains were destroyed, her body turned into a puddle of water. The white Azura charged forward, but Qing Zhu took the opportunity to leave the abyss. Looking down at the falling water droplets, the black-faced Azura surveyed the surroundings. The water clone is a mystical human technique, but too weak. The heavenly halberd stabbed in a certain direction. Whoosh! The cliff rumbled. A cloud of water vapor seeped out, forming Xia Jingyu's appearance. Under the cover of the water vapor, her face was pale, and a puddle of blood spread from her abdomen, but her hands were still forming seals. She turned into a cloud of water vapor and disappeared. The black-faced Azura coldly looked in a certain direction. Guard the exit of the dragon abyss. Before the blood sacrifice, no one is allowed to leave. Whoosh, whoosh! There were more than 1,000 Rakshasas covering the sky and earth, blocking the narrow exit of the dragon abyss. Half a day later, Xia Jingyu's expression was pale, the water vapor on her face faintly discernible. Her body was riddled with injuries, and she was bleeding profusely. She was extremely weak. Her spirit energy was scarce, and her physical strength was exhausted. She had reached her limit. Thump! A strange white shadow descended, its feet shaking the ground. There were a few wounds on the black-faced Azura's body. Although they were not serious, the wounds left on a demigod's body were extraordinary. There was a rare hint of admiration in the black-faced Azura's cold eyes. In half a day, you used 81 offensive techniques and 109 supplementary techniques, a total of 190. It's hard to believe that a human can have so many techniques. Are you really human? Xia Jingyu did not even have the strength to speak. Yes, she was proficient in 190 techniques, all of which she had comprehended herself. Unfortunately, her level was too low. She could not hurt the other party, nor could she escape. She had tried her best. Forget it. I'll bring you back to see Lady Xingge. She might be interested in you. He raised his hand and was about to capture Xia Jingyu alive. But at that moment, a dark green figure suddenly appeared, but then immediately fled. There's someone else? The black-faced Azura's expression changed, and he flew away without hesitation. Just as he was about to leave, a bronze figure descended from the dark, picked up Xia Jingyu and turned to escape. Xia Jingyu screamed at first, but when she saw the figure's face, she relaxed. But this posture caused Xia Jingyu's expression to change. She glared at him. Let go. So you thought. Her life was in danger, yet she still cared about her purity. This woman really valued her purity more than her death. But Su Yu respected her. Grabbing her shoulder, Su Yu quickly fled. After traveling for several kilometers, he burrowed into a collapsed ruin and concealed himself while holding his breath. Whoosh! Not long after, a gust of wind blew past. The black-faced Azura's cold face was filled with anger. Damn it! You humans are too cunning. Su Yu curled his lips. Compared to them bullying the weak and the strong bullying the weak, what was he doing? The black-faced Azura roared in indignation. He searched the area within a 100-mile radius for 10 times, destroying countless ruins. But there were tens of thousands of ruins. It was impossible to search them all in a short amount of time. Lord Black Sun, the blood sacrifice is about to begin. Lord Xingge has ordered you to return quickly. A cow horn hung from its waist. The black-faced Azura's expression changed. It looked around, indignantly growling, "Consider yourself lucky. But don't even think of escaping the dragon abyss." Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the black-faced Azura left in a hurry. Several hours later, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. He looked down at Xia Jingyu beside him. The water vapor was faintly discernible, about to be extinguished. Sensing that her true appearance had been exposed, Xia Jingyu was shocked. She hurriedly revolved her remaining spirit energy to maintain the concealment of her appearance. Suyu could not understand this woman. At this juncture, she was still clinging to her chastity, not wanting anyone to see her face. As if she understood Suyu's thoughts, Xia Jingyu was silent for a moment, then thanked him. "Thank you. I'm sorry just now. She just did not want any man other than Suyu to have any intimate relations with her." As for her appearance, it was too stunning. Facing the unfamiliar black Snow Devil King, it was hard to guarantee that he would not take advantage of her weakened state to have any ulterior motives. "There is no need to explain," Suyu interrupted. "I understand. Why are you the only one left? Where are they?" An anxious look flashed in the depths of Suyu's eyes. "They have already left the dragon abyss," Xia Jingyu said. Hearing that Xian'er was safe, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. "Why did you appear? Where is Long Feiyu?" Xia Jingyu asked. Suyu's gaze flickered. "Why has Brother Long not returned?" Nodding her chin, Xia Jingyu said, "He went to look for you. It looks like he met with misfortune. We encountered that Rakshasa, which must have alerted the white Azura. So that was the reason. Suyu crawled out from the rubble. I saved you by chance. You need not worry." After a moment's silence, Suyu said, "The exit of the dragon abyss has been sealed, right?" Xia Jingyu froze, then nodded with a bitter smile. Chapter 414. Blood Sacrifice? Xia Jingyu nodded. "I know a little. Ghosts would occasionally hold a blood sacrifice in order to summon a stronger being, using the blood and flesh of a stronger being to complete the sacrifice. But there are many types of sacrifices, and we cannot generalize them. I do not know what kind of blood sacrifice they're holding." Suyu raised his brows. "If that is the case, it would be safer for us to hide here." Thinking for a moment, Suyu took out a drop of earth vein spirit liquid. "Swallow it. I will help you refine it." Suyu sat down cross-legged. Xia Jingyu's eyes lit up. "Bright earth milk exorcises demons and refines the body. It is hard to find in the outside world. You actually carry it around with you. I could not tell that the Black Snow Devil King had a high net worth." Suyu grinned. This Lord Yu was really knowledgeable. Even Gang Dalei did not know what kind of liquid he had discovered, even after so many years. Even Suyu was muddle-headed when using it. Laughing awkwardly, Suyu handed it over. Since she understood the use of this item, the rest was simple. Suyu used the cold energy in his body to dissolve the burning energy within the bright earth milk. Xia Jingyu's eyes flashed. So the Black Snow Devil King is also skilled in ice techniques. Suyu controlled it with precision, casually asking, "Why? You also know people from the ice techniques?" A blissful smile blossomed on her pale face. She softly said, "However, it is far from being as pure as you. You have integrated the cold energy into your body." In the midst of ice and fire, the ice divine herb had been completely devoured by Suyu, the cold energy merging into his flesh. Thinking for a moment, Xia Jingyu's fingertips slid on the ground, writing a technique in the blink of an eye. "Your cold energy must have been obtained by devouring some external object," she said. 90% of the cold energy has settled in your flesh. This is the unyielding cold technique which I created after studying a spirit-level ice technique. It can stimulate the cold energy in your body and control ice to deal with your enemies. This is the price of the bright earth milk, Xia Jingyu calmly said. She was cold and aloof, unwilling to owe Suyu a favor. Suyu was shocked. This woman could actually tell the origin of his chilly energy with just one sentence. This woman's knowledge and experience really made Suyu feel a little frightened. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian focused his attention on the formula, and as he continued reading, deep astonishment flashed across his eyes. You can actually create a cultivation technique that is higher than the immortal level. This cultivation technique should be close to the legendary level. Suyu gasped. If what this woman said was true, then her comprehension was truly terrifying. This technique originated from the true spirit, yet it was higher than the true spirit, almost approaching the level of a legend. What kind of comprehension was this? Su, you wouldn't have been surprised if she was an old monster that was hundreds of years old. However, the woman beside him didn't seem very old. She was even younger than Suyu. His heart trembled slightly. The Empire of Darkness's saint was definitely not an ordinary person. If he met Lord Shining again, he would have to be even more careful. Without another word, Suyu sat down with his legs crossed. He calmed his mind and comprehended. Now, with the help of the heaven's sun gazing at air, his soul energy far surpassed those of the same realm. Naturally, comprehending cultivation techniques was extremely fast. Half a day later, Suyu's body surged with chilly energy. Occasionally, his body would turn into a white tiger, and occasionally it would turn into a dragon. There was also an aura that made one's skin crawl that was slowly being emitted. This was comparable to a human king expert. Xia Jingyu was shocked. She revolved the spirit energy she had recovered to block the chilly energy. Her face was filled with shock. What powerful comprehension! Even though this technique contains my comprehension, a normal person would not be able to comprehend it so quickly. How could she know that Suyu's ability to control time was temporarily sealed? Otherwise, it could be shortened by 20 times. Awakening from his cultivation, Suyu's face was filled with joy. Thank you, Lord Yu. More than 50% of the chilly energy in his body had been activated. Near his dantian, a small sapling that looked like a divine herb had formed. This item was like his dantian, able to store chilly energy. In theory, it could store it indefinitely. This was why the Imperious Cold technique was comparable to a legendary level technique. If Suyu were to use his full power, he might be able to fight against a human king. Xia Jingyu smiled, silently adjusting her breathing. Suddenly, a few auras appeared sneakily nearby. Suyu swept the area with his soul eyes, his expression changing. Someone is coming. Be careful. Xia Jingyu froze. After a moment, she said seriously, 2 human kings. There were indeed 2 human kings of the human race. Suyu was on guard, but he did not know that Xia Jingyu was secretly looking at him with a shocked expression. Xia Jingyu had learned many techniques on the continent. In terms of sensitivity to the surroundings, other than Lord Bailuo, no one else among the 7 Lords of Darkness could compare to her. But the Black Snow Devil King was able to detect movement so far ahead of her. This made her curious. Just who was this Black Snow Devil King, who had appeared out of nowhere and massacred millions of miles of mountains and rivers? Actually, for a moment, she had a feeling that the person in front of her was similar to Suyu. But the difference between the 2 of them was too great, and the thought disappeared in a flash. Since the 2 of us are here, is there a need for you to hide? 2 figures stepped forward, heading straight for them. They had been exposed. The 2 of them looked at each other, having no choice but to reveal themselves. One of them was tall, and the other was short. They were dressed in beast skins, their hair disheveled, looking very barbaric. On the backs of the 2 of them, there were many strange black symbols moving slightly. The tall man in beast skin sized Suyu up a bit wary. You are a bit dangerous. Lu Mo, which one will you choose? The tall man in beast skin looked at the short man. The short man stared at Xia Jingyu, laughing. Is there a difference? That lad is dangerous. But this girl is not to be underestimated either. Since that is the case, let's act according to the situation. Su Yu's heart turned cold. These were the criminals of the banished abyss. They were indeed very sensitive, able to sense their danger even before the battle began. They were very different from the people of the outside world. As such, it would be very difficult to obtain victory. But they were also afraid of Xia Jingyu. Lad, woman, give up resisting and follow me obediently. Perhaps you will not have to suffer, and we will not make things difficult for you. But the city master would like to invite the two of you into the Abyss City. We can swear that we will not harm you. Xia Jingyu was a bit hesitant, but Su Yu rejected her without hesitation. Enough. Do you really think we are 3-year-olds? You swore not to harm us, but that does not mean the Abyss City swore. Don't try such petty tricks in front of me. Xia Jingyu, who was hesitating, suddenly realized something. She turned her head to look at Su Yu, secretly ashamed. I have been in the Empire for many years, and I lack real combat experience. I am not like someone like the Black Snow Devil King, who has been baptized in blood. The tall man's expression turned cold. I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Since there was no way to win without bloodshed, they could only use force. The tall man took a deep breath, gathering spirit energy in his palms and attacking. There were 2 balls of spirit energy hidden under his legs. When they suddenly exploded, a powerful force burst forth, causing his body to explode with speed. So you could only see a remnant shadow. With a thought, a layer of cold energy appeared on the surface of his body. Wherever the cold energy passed, it froze the surroundings. The tall man's body stiffened slightly and his speed slowed down. His figure was slightly revealed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu clasped his palms together. The cold energy was like a stream of water rushing toward the tall man. Waves of cold ice caused his figure to freeze even more slowly. By the time he attacked, his speed had slowed by 30%. Su Yu spread the wings on his back, using the force to fly away. His body flew over the tall man's head. With a cold glint, his fist struck toward the top of the tall man's head like lightning. The tall man's body was frozen, and his movements were slow. How could he block Su Yu's palm in time? At the critical moment, his shoulder slipped, and his head tilted slightly. His vital point had been avoided, and his shoulder took the blow. With a crack, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The tall man staggered, but he rolled forward before stopping and turning his head. Su Yu, who had been about to land another punch, had no choice but to give up. The tall man rubbed his swollen shoulder, his expression cold. The path of ice, and your physique that is comparable to a human king. I cannot underestimate you, but if you think you are undefeatable, I can only say that you do not know the meaning of being banished to the abyss. The tall man's expression was gloomy, and he pointed a finger at his chest. The strange symbols suddenly exploded with thick demonic energy enveloping his body. Be careful. The fighters in the dragon abyss have been exposed to the demonic dragon's breath all year round, and have long learned to use it to strengthen their bodies. Their use of spirit energy is far inferior to that of the outside world. Su Yu was speechless. No wonder the other party's spirit energy was not pure, and its power was limited. It must have been because he had been exposed to the demonic dragon's breath for a long time, causing his spirit energy to become impure. After the demonic energy surged, it returned to the tall man's body. But his body had undergone a shocking transformation. A pair of black, sharp horns appeared on his head, and sharp claws grew from his limbs. The muscles on his body were also several times stronger, emitting explosive power. His entire body had grown from 5 feet to 10 feet. The person before him no longer had the physique of a human. Die. With a low grunt, the horn man threw a punch. The punch carried a powerful demonic energy. Suyu felt intense pain all over his body before the punch even reached him. Suyu retreated as he revolved the cold energy in his body. The divine herbs near his dantian glowed brightly. The terrifying cold energy swept the surroundings. Roar, roar, two illusionary dragons and tigers charged toward Suyu. These two attacks were no weaker than the attacks of a human king. In fact, they were even stronger than the attacks of a human king. But the Horned Man's punch forced the dragons and tigers to a stop. Then, with a loud roar, demonic energy surged, and the dragons and tigers were destroyed. Seeing this, Xia Jingyu hurriedly reminded Suyu, using this method, their abilities will increase by another level, and they will reach the peak of human king. Don't fight them head-on. Stall for time. After 15 minutes, they will enter a weakened state. That will be your chance to kill them. Chapter 415. This woman was very difficult to deal with. Her skills were frightening. After fighting for so long, she had not used the same technique, causing his cultivation level to be greatly suppressed. Seeing that his secret had been exposed, the short man clenched his teeth, tearing apart the symbols on his body. After the demonic energy flickered, it turned into a snake with scales. His movements became much more agile. The pressure on Xia Jingyu increased, coupled with the fact that the spirit energy in her body had not recovered. She was at a disadvantage. She was in grave danger. Su Yu's expression changed. I'm afraid that while we are stalling for time, they are stalling for time. Even though they knew that using this method would cause them to become weak, putting them in extreme danger, it was hard to understand why the evil beings in the abyss would be so careless. The only explanation was that they had something to rely on. Xia Jingyu also thought of this, her expression turning ugly. Su Yu's heart sank. I have to end this quickly. Secretly glancing at Xia Jingyu, Su Yu could not be bothered to hold back. He clasped his palms together, sending numerous ice snakes toward the tall man. The tall man laughed in disdain. So what if you know we are stalling for time? Even if we don't, we can easily kill you. Crack! Grabbing with both hands, the ice snakes were instantly crushed. But following that, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a wrist burst forth from the ice snakes. Ah! With a pathetic cry, the tall man's palms were charred, his entire body emitting a large amount of demonic energy. His strengthened body shook continuously, as if he was about to be released from his strengthened state. Not good. This kid is indeed proficient in lightning-based techniques, suppressing the demonic energy in our bodies. The tall man's expression changed. And this quickly. The short man glanced, his expression turning serious. He attacked Xia Jingyu ferociously, intending to assist Na Bian. The tall man was shocked, a sliver of fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, your lightning-based techniques are still too weak. With a furious roar, the tall man was not injured at all, his demonic energy leaking out as he approached Suyu. A thick wave of pressure assaulted Suyu. Su Yu's expression changed. Creak! A human figure suddenly appeared behind Suyu. His entire body emitted a crimson color, attacking the tall man like a shadow. The tall man was stunned, then let out a sinister laugh. Is it that fire element clone? Unfortunately, we already know your information. Rumble! The tall man sent a bolt of demonic energy, sending the clone flying, not allowing him to get close. The fire element was extremely effective against demonic energy. Whoosh! However, as the crimson clone was flying back, she actually took out a silver bow from under her body and shot an arrow at an extremely fast speed. The arrow was formed from crimson flames. Moreover, it was shot out so suddenly that it was impossible to defend against. Uft! After the arrow pierced an inch into the horned man's back, it couldn't go any further. His physical body was simply too strong. However, the crimson flames contained in the arrow turned into a ball of raging flames and drilled into his body through the wound. At such a close distance, how could his heart avoid it? Ah, no. He screamed in horror as his heart was instantly reduced to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu threw a punch over and exploded his head. This was the only way to ensure that he was as dead as he could be. This was to prevent him from having a chance to counterattack even after his heart was shattered. With a thought, Suyu quickly put away the clone and the silver bow. He then leaped to the other side and attacked the short fatty with both his hands. The short and fat man was horrified. They all thought that Suyu was dangerous, but the premise was that he was on par with them, so he could at most injure them. However, there was actually death. This was beyond their expectations. Without thinking, the short fatty let out a low roar, the demonic energy around his body expanding like a balloon. Suyu and Xiaojingyu saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. Bang! The demonic energy exploded, creating waves of energy. On the other hand, the short fatty took advantage of this opportunity to use the reverse force to quickly leave. With Suyu's movement techniques, he could catch up, but Xiaojingyu might not be able to. It would be difficult for him to kill the other party alone. Furthermore, the other party's trump card had not appeared yet. Let's leave quickly. Suyu let out a low roar. As he passed by the horn man's corpse, he noticed a small pouch tied to its waist. Suyu lifted his palm and grabbed it. Then, he and Xiaojingyu escaped together. At the exit of the Dragon Abyss, a brain-damaged, middle-aged man, his eyes glowing with a green light, 10 Rakshasas stood respectfully in front of him. City Master Tan Gui. The short fatty ran over, his face pale. He looked at the 10 Rakshasas in shock. The brain-damaged, middle-aged man before him was the second city master of the Abyss City, City Master Tan Gui. He was an expert at controlling ghosts and was very famous in the Abyss. Furthermore, his half-god cultivation level made him an invincible existence. Apart from the first city master, no one could match him. Where are they? City Master Tan Gui slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had returned to normal. The short fatty broke out in a cold sweat. They escaped. Humph! City Master Tan Gui grunted. You are useless. You couldn't defeat them, right? Since Hong Mo did not return, he must be dead, right? The short fatty broke out in a cold sweat. His knees buckled as he knelt and begged for mercy. City Master Tan Gui, please spare my life. Get up, City Master Tan Gui said casually. He did not seem to care about Hong Mo's death. I knew that you would not be able to capture them. Lu Mo was shocked. City Master, you knew? Then why? On the way here, City Master Tan Gui had not paid much attention. Instead, he had stayed behind to collect ghosts at the exit of the Dragon Abyss and sent the 2 of them to capture them. City Master Tan Gui grunted. You have followed me for so many years. Do you still not understand my situation? Lu Mo rolled his eyes. 2 tigers could not share one mountain. This had always been the case. How could the Abyss City have 2 city masters? However, the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds was filled with ghosts. The Abyss City was attacked by ghosts all year round. Tan Gui, who could control ghosts, was very useful. Therefore, although the first city master wanted to get rid of him, he did not dare to do so. Instead, he had been secretly suppressing second city master Tan Gui, preventing him from forming his own forces. After pondering for a moment, Green Demon said, City Lord, do you mean to take advantage of the opportunity of chasing after 2 outsiders to tame some high-grade ghosts for your own use? Hee, at least you are smart enough. City Master Tan Gui laughed coldly. Does Lei Mo think that I don't know that he is secretly refining the Cosmos Thunder Sword? This sword can even kill that heavenly ghost. Once the sword is completed, I'm afraid that I, an unnecessary person, will be erased from the world. Now that I have been transferred out of the city, it must be because the Cosmos Thunder Sword is about to be completed. You are worried that I will attack at the critical moment. Lu Mo rolled his eyes. Does my lord have a plan? It was unwise for City Master Tun Gui to let the other party go at such a critical moment. Tun Gui laughed coldly. He plan? Isn't leaving the Abyss City a plan? The Cosmos Thundersword is a powerful and peerless item. Lei Emo thought that his plan was flawless. But how could he hide it from that heavenly ghost? If I am not wrong, that heavenly ghost will definitely rush over before the sword is completed. When that happens, a massacre will be inevitable. I came out early to avoid this disaster. The defense of the Abyss City is enough to stop White Azura, but that heavenly ghost. She just does not want to attack us. Otherwise, the city's formation would be destroyed in an instant. What a joke. Lei Emo wants to dominate the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds by forging such a powerful thunder sword. How could she ignore such a threat from the heavenly ghost? If I am not wrong, that heavenly ghost has already moved. I do not know where she is now. Lu Emo was dumbfounded. No wonder Lord Tun Gui did not do anything. This way, he can use the heavenly ghost to get rid of Lei Emo. In the future, Lord Tun Gui will be the only city master. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by worry. But what if the heavenly ghost cannot move? The demon dragon blood sacrifice is just around the corner. The heavenly ghost cannot be idle. If she has no time to deal with it, it will be too late by the time the Cosmos Thundersword is completed. It seems that City Master Lei Emo also considered the existence of the heavenly ghost when he forged the sword at the last moment of the blood sacrifice. That is why he chose the day of the blood sacrifice, which happens once in 100 years. Hearing this, City Master Tun Gui's expression gradually turned serious. Yes, that is what I am worried about. Therefore, I purposely let those 2 outsiders escape to buy me some time outside. I want to take this opportunity to gather some powerful ghosts, just in case. If the Cosmos Thunder Sword was completed, he could only brace himself to face the peerless Thunder Sword. At that time, the ghosts in his hands could be used as a trump card. Then, what about the 2 outsiders? Are we just going to ignore them? Lu Emo came to a sudden realization. Then he felt sorry for Hong Mo's death. However, if the Red Devil was dead, then they could use the fact that the 2 outsiders were powerful. This would make their escape seem logical. It would also give City Master Tun Gui a legitimate excuse to stay outside. Of course, City Master Tun Gui snorted coldly. The Dragon Abyss is not a charity. Since they have entered, they must be prepared. Chasing them is just a show for the higher-ups. The 10,000 miles cloud-piercing realm can observe the movements of all beings below the demigod level. If you do not follow closely, Lei Emo will definitely be suspicious. City Master Tun Gui said hesitantly, but I am useless and have already lost them. The imitation 10,000 miles cloud-piercing realm is with Hong Emo. It is very likely that the enemy has taken it. City Master Tun Gui chuckled. I have considered this as well. I know that you're useless, but I still let you go. Naturally, I have my reasons. Before you left, I placed some evil ghost aura on your bodies. It is colorless and odorless, and it is difficult to get rid of it. It can last for half a month. When you were fighting with them, the aura must have drifted onto their bodies. Now, all you need to do is carry this compass, and you will be able to track them. Half a month should be enough. Hearing this, Lu Emo took the compass and said happily, I know what to do. Take these 10 Rakshasas with you. You don't need me to teach you how to control them, right? City Master Tun Gui waved his hand and handed the Rakshasas to Lu Emo. Lu Mo's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, I know, of course I know. How could I dare to forget City Master's teachings? That is just a little bit of controlling ghosts. But it is enough for you to enjoy. Go. Lu Emo took the 10 Rakshasas and left quickly. Chapter 416. But before the Abyss City changes, it is better for me to be respectful. If you really become the master of the Abyss City as you wish, with me as your right-hand man, I might be able to rise even higher. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu were sitting in a crack between a pile of rubble, their bodies exhausted. In order to kill the Horned Man, other than some of Yin Yu's unique techniques, he had used all his trump cards, especially his clone. Even though the silver bow had been hidden in time, Xia Jingyu could still see the clone. Black Snow Devil King, that clone of yours is similar to the second-grade clone technique of the Empire of Darkness. I only know of 2 people who are practicing this technique. One of them is the fallen Inspector by He, and the other is Yin Yu, whose whereabouts are unknown, Xia Jingyu said without batting an eyelid. However, she was secretly observing the changes in Su Yu's expression. Su Yu froze. I do not know Inspector by He, but I have heard of Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu. Does he also know the clone technique? I did not notice. Creasing her brows, Xia Jingyu thought for a moment, then understood. The Black Snow Devil King's clone technique was very different from the second-grade clone technique. His fire attribute clone was truly astonishing. A normal second-grade clone technique was formed from normal spirit energy and could not absorb fire element energy. At least, in Xia Jingyu's memories, there was no such technique. How could she know that it was a fragment of a myth? Seeing that Xia Jingyu's attention had been diverted, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a small bag and took out all the items within. There were some small miscellaneous items, including metal coins, a few unknown black medicinal herbs, some scattered rocks, and some cloth. What is this? Su Yu found a jade box among the items. Thinking for a moment, Su Yu placed it far away, forming an ice needle on his fingertip and shooting it toward the button of the jade box. Crack! The jade box opened without a sound, but a yellow gas was emitted from within. The smell was pungent, extremely unpleasant, and extremely corrosive. The ground had been melted into pits of various sizes. Xia Jingyu was slightly shocked, looking at Su Yu in admiration. Luckily, you were so careful. Otherwise, we would not have died in the hands of a human king, but in front of this jade box. That would be a joke. Su Yu was unconcerned. It's always good to be careful when you're outside. Retrieving the jade box, Zhang Xian found a mirror the size of an eyeball lying quietly within. The surface of the mirror was glossy and emitted waves of spiritual pressure. It was a low-rank divine artifact. It's your turn. Su Yu passed it to Xia Jingyu. This woman was so knowledgeable that Su Yu had to admit that he was inferior to her. Hearing his teasing words, Xia Jingyu harumphed in annoyance. She didn't take it and instead said with fervor and assurance, "There's no need to look at it. This is a high-grade divine artifact, the 10,000 miles cloud-piercing mirror. By injecting spiritual energy into it, you can observe everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Unless one cultivates a special cultivation technique that can shield them from the prying eyes, there's nothing we can do at other times." High-grade divine artifact? Su Yu's hand trembled. Xia Jingyu let out a laugh. I forgot to tell you that this is a replica and is only low rank. It should be able to observe everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, if it is someone with a cultivation level higher than ours, it will not appear. Su Yu was disappointed. You're not too late. Even if you can't avoid the pursuit of a heaven master, you should still be able to understand the terrain and search for the dragon abyss fruit. With their cultivation levels of a mortal realm level 4 peak, they could only observe existences of a mortal realm level 4 upper tier. Oh, there seems to be something at the bottom of the jade box. Su Yu retrieved the 10,000 miles cloud-piercing mirror and weighed it in his hand. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be something at the bottom of the jade box. He quickly opened the jade box and took out a 5-colored crystal stone from it. Red, yellow, white, black, and green. The colors were distinct. It's your turn again. Oh, why are you looking at me? Su Yu turned his head and suddenly realized that Xia Jingyu was staring at him. Even though it was covered by water vapor, Su Yu could feel her gaze. Under the water vapor, Xia Jingyu's eyes were filled with suspicion. She let out a faint smile. It's hard for me to believe that you are blind. Whether it's facing the enemy, opening the jade box, or even now, even a person with good eyesight like me can't see it. But a blind person like you can see it with a single glance. You make me feel ashamed of my inferiority. Hearing her mocking words, Su Yu's mouth gaped. He was not really blind. His eyes could fool others for a short period of time, but it would not be effective in the long run. Everything has a sound, Su Yu said seriously. I was born with shocking hearing abilities, and I can listen to the sounds of everything. You can call it eyes and ears. Yes, eyes and ears. Xia Jingyu was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ears and eyes? Haha, eyes and ears. So the Black Snow Devil King still has eyes and ears. I am ignorant and inexperienced, and this is the first time I've heard of it. Su Yu's face turned red, embarrassed. Let's not talk about it. We can talk about eyes and ears when we have the time. Let's take a look at these two first. Since they were hidden deeper than the 10,000 miles cloud-piercing mirror, they should not be ordinary items. Only then did Xia Jingyu happily take the 5-colored crystal. Looking at it, she creased her brows. Wait a moment. Let me think for a moment. There is too much knowledge in my mind, and this item is very rare. I will need some time. Su Yu was dumbfounded. How many things could a person's mind contain for her to need to stop and search for them? After a few breaths, Xia Jingyu came back to her senses. Her expression changed. How is this possible? Why would this item appear in the hands of a human king? Su Yu gasped. How many items in the world did not deserve to appear in the hands of a human king? Black Snow Devil King, give me this item, and I will exchange all of my divine artifacts with you. How about that? Xia Jingyu stood up, her expression serious. She still had 8 middle-grade divine artifacts left, and she was willing to give them all to him. Su Yu clicked his tongue. At the very least, you should let me understand what this is. The divine crystal of the 5 elements. Xia Jingyu's tone was a little hurried. It was obvious that even someone as calm as her was shocked by this item. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Every attribute, when concentrated to an extreme, can condense into an origin. A shred of the aura of the origin can allow a martial artist of that attribute to go from a mediocre person to a super genius. Their cultivation techniques of the relevant attribute will allow them to advance by leaps and bounds. When they use weapons of the relevant attribute, their power will multiply. Only with countless auras of the origin can a crystal be formed. The crystal in front of us actually contains the origins of all 5 attributes at the same time. It is unimaginable. Based on my estimation, the value of this item is immeasurable. Su Yu said seriously, how is it compared to a legendary level cultivation technique? Xia Jingyu froze for a moment, then shook her head. A legendary level cultivation technique can be exchanged for a shred of the aura of the origin. If I am not wrong, it is about the same as the divine herb in your body. Su Yu gasped. A legendary level cultivation technique was only worth a shred of the aura of the origin. In that case, how much would the eyeball-sized origin crystal in front of him be worth? As if she had heard Su Yu's thoughts, Xia Jingyu thought for a moment, then said seriously, if you want to exchange it for a cultivation technique, it would probably be a legendary fairy level cultivation technique. Moreover, it would be a high-level fairy level cultivation technique. Su Yu froze. There are fairy level cultivation techniques in this world. Xia Jingyu nodded, then shook her head. It is rumored that there were such techniques in the past. After the era was destroyed, there were no more. In the world today, the strongest cultivation technique should be a legendary level cultivation technique. In the entire continent, there are no more than 3 people who have cultivated legendary level cultivation techniques. One is the King of Darkness, the other is the 9th Saint Master, and the last is Inu. In the end, Xia Jingyu's tone was filled with pride and arrogance. Su, you did not know that in this world, there were only 3 people who had cultivated legendary-level cultivation techniques. However, within this origin crystal of the 5 elements, only a few shreds of the aura of the water and fire origin remain. The rest have long been squeezed dry. However, just the shreds of the water and fire origin within are enough to exchange for a basic legendary-level cultivation technique. Of course, that is if other legendary-level cultivation techniques exist in this world. Regaining his senses, Suyu rolled his eyes. Since it is so precious, why did you take a few middle-grade divine artifacts? Hee. Hearing Suyu's "you are very evil" expression, Xia Jingyu blushed. I was too impatient. Xia Jingyu handed the origin crystal of the 5 elements back to Suyu. Since you obtained this item, it naturally belongs to you. I do not have anything to exchange for it. Although her tone was calm, it was not difficult to hear the regret and disappointment in her voice. Does this mean that the origin can be absorbed? That it will be of great help to my abilities? Suyu rubbed his chin. Xia Jingyu nodded, slightly. Just as she was feeling conflicted, Suyu suddenly sat opposite her and placed the origin crystal of the 5 elements between them. Since that is the case, you can absorb as much of the water origin as you can. Although I obtained this item from killing the Cowox clan, you and I fought together. It would be unreasonable for me to take it all for myself. Xia Jingyu froze. During the battle, she had only been able to restrain 1 person. The Cowhorn Man had been killed by Suyu, and she had not contributed much. Actually, if she had died fighting 2 people alone, she would have lost more than she won. Xia Jingyu had been able to restrain 1 person to have a chance of winning, so she deserved a share of the spoils. There are only a few shreds of the water origin left. Don't regret it. Xia Jingyu was a little nervous and a little embarrassed. Suyu could not be bothered to respond. He summoned his clone, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the origin of fire. After absorbing a shred of the aura, the clone's body suddenly glowed with a red light, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. Even the master, Suyu, was implicated. He staggered and rolled away, and his clothes were burnt. Looking at the clone, which had erupted into flames 1,000 feet tall, Suyu secretly gasped. Just absorbing a shred of the aura of the origin of fire gave Suyu a sense of extreme danger. Based on his intuition, if the clone were to attack now, he would be able to kill the Cowhorn Man without using any techniques. Xia Jingyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Her whole body was filled with water vapor, and she began to absorb the water origin. After absorbing a shred of the aura, a great, raging river formed above Xia Jingyu's head. Although the momentum was not as shocking as the flames, a normal king would probably be smashed to death by the raging river. Suyu stood outside alone, staring at the scene in a daze. However, both of them had only absorbed a shred of the aura before stopping. The origin was too large for them. Just a shred of it was already their limit. Chapter 417. Abyss City. Lei Mo, the city lord of the Scar City, stood deep underground in a huge, well-hidden volcano. A fiery speech and crimson flames interweaved into a magnificent scene. In the volcano, there was a white sword that was hundreds of meters long, stuck straight in the ground. Thunder rumbled on the body of the sword, and bolts of lightning as thick as a man roared furiously. There was also a shocking sword energy that could destroy the heavens. It filled the surroundings. Lei Mo was overjoyed. The sword embryo has been formed. It only needs to be refined, and then it will be born. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the world above roared and the sound of bells rang. Lei Mo's expression changed. He left the ground and went to the city lord's palace. What happened? The city was in chaos. Several human kings flew over in fear. City lord, look. The city defense array. Lei Mo went outside and looked up. He saw a 5-colored light screen in the sky. It was faintly discernible, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. This is... Lei Mo's pupils shrank. Bad news, City Lord. The 5 elements origin crystal in the eye of the array has been replaced. A person who was guarding the array ran over with a pale face, holding a 5-colored crystal that had been crushed. Lei Mo's expression changed. When was it replaced? Why did you only find out now? The man with the complicated look was terrified. City Lord, this was replaced half a month ago. The array has inertia. Even if it loses its energy supply, it will run automatically for half a month without any abnormalities. Half a month. Lei Mo's eyes flashed. Who was in charge of guarding the array half a month ago? The person immediately said, It was the right-hand man of the second City Lord, Hong Mo. Him. Lei Mo's eyes flashed with coldness. Tan Gui, oh Tan Gui, in order to stop me from performing the sword sacrifice and covet the position of the City Lord. You are so ruthless that you want the entire city to die with you. This is the time for the ghost blood sacrifice. The ghosts are capturing humans everywhere. If the city is opened, won't most of the human race suffer? That 5 elements origin crystal is the array that will sustain the Abyss City for 500 years. The eyes of a trusted human king, an old man with a goatee, flashed. City Lord, please calm down. This matter is strange. Even if Tan Gui covets the position of City Lord, if the people in this city are plunged into misery and suffering, what use is there for him to be the City Lord? Although this person is scheming, he is definitely not a reckless person. The most important thing now is to quickly contact him and see if the Red Devil was ordered by him or if he was acting on his own. Everything revolves around finding the 5 elements origin crystal. Lei Mo was furious. Damn it, you stole the 5 elements origin crystal while I was in seclusion and preparing to refine the Cosmos Thunder Sword. You really deserve to die. Soon, the two of them contacted each other through the communication pendant. Tan Gui, who was collecting the ghosts, had a drastic change in expression. What? The 5 elements origin crystal was stolen by the Red Fiend? This is impossible. Tan Gui immediately speculated that it was a trick of Thunder Demon. But after repeating it over and over, his expression finally changed. Thunder Devil City Master, please quickly investigate Hong Mo's background. I definitely did not give such an order. I'll find the 5 elements origin crystal immediately. Putting down the jade scroll, Tan Gui's expression was extremely ugly. He grabbed a jade pendant and asked, Where is Lei Mo? Lei Mo's expression changed slightly. I'm approaching them. Lord Tan Gui, what happened? Tan Gui restrained his anxiety and said unhurriedly, Lei Mo has already discovered my movements and is urgently summoning me back. There is no time left. I can only find those 2 outsiders as soon as possible. Stay there and wait for me. I'll capture them and end this quickly. Lei Mo rolled his eyes and was secretly shocked. This is bad. Things have changed. Tan Gui is looking for me. Lei Mo's expression changed. He reported a location and then took out his compass. Gritting his teeth, he shattered it on the spot. Humph. Tan Gui, how have I wronged you? To think that you would treat me this way. Lei Mo's face was full of anger. It seems that I can only seek refuge with the ghosts. Fortunately, the Red Fiend had accidentally caught a ghost spy who was trying to incite us to betray him. Now, I am forced to seek refuge with the ghosts. Gritting his teeth, Tan Gui left quickly with the 10 Rakshases. 2 hours later, Tan Gui's expression was dark as he appeared in a desolate area. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You lied to me. Whoosh, an hour later. Lei Mo was the last to leave. Looking at the destroyed compass, Tan Gui's expression was extremely dark. You dared to betray me. That means that you really took the origin crystal of the 5 elements from the Red Fiend's body. Humph. Fortunately, I was prepared. Creak. With a flip of his palm, he took out a brand new compass. The needle was pointing in the same direction. A ferocious smile appeared on his lips. Very good. All in the same direction, saving me the trouble of searching in 2 different places. Several hours later, the clone and Xia Jingyu had finished their training. Xia Jingyu's entire body was crystal clear. Her exposed wrist was as smooth as water, giving off an inhuman glow. A suffocating, vast water vapor lingered around his body. Even if she were to face a human king, she would most likely win. As for the clone, the most amazing thing was that numerous symbols had appeared on its body, flickering. The terrifying energy it emitted made Su Yu's heart tremble. Even Su Yu's main body had no idea how strong the clone was. But what surprised Su Yu the most was that markings had appeared on the clone's body. This meant that the clone was gradually solidifying. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this avatar had actually condensed a dantian that belonged to him, even though it was formed from the fire element. This meant that as long as he had sufficient fire element energy, he could cultivate independently and increase his cultivation level. Su Yu felt a shred of shock and unease for the first time. Just what was that remnant of a legendary level technique? To think that after cultivating it, the clone would undergo such an unimaginable transformation. It looked like he would have to find out more about the origins of the item from the ancient clan that had provided it. Calming herself, Xia Jingyu woke up. Feeling the changes in her body, she was pleasantly surprised. This is great. His body contains the origin of water, so the might of his water attribute cultivation technique will be amplified several times. Multiply? Su Yu clicked his tongue. Why don't we return to the exit of the Dragon Abyss? Xia Jingyu said, without the White Azura, if we work together, we might be able to break the Rakshsa's seal and escape the Dragon Abyss. Su Yu pondered. Even though this method was risky, it was worth a try. After all, the current Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds was extremely strange. Nodding his head, Su Yu stored the 5 elemental origin crystals. It looked like there was only a shred of the water origin and fire origin energy left. Su Yu naturally kept them without hesitation. The 2 of them stood up to leave. But not long after they left, Su Yu and Xia Jingyu exclaimed in unison, "Someone is coming!" Su Yu was shocked. Xia Jingyu had received the water origin and was much more sensitive. Lu Mo and the 10 Rakshasas. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, but he did not retreat. In the past, he might have been more careful. But now wait. I am not here to cause trouble for you. Please give me some time. Lu Mo said hurriedly. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Yes, speak. Lu Mo maintained a distance of 1,000 feet and bowed. I am not here to capture you. I am here to remind you that City Master Tungue has already made his move and is looking for you. You should quickly escape. Tungue? Xia Jingyu's expression turned grave. He is here to capture us, personally. Do you think I would believe that Tungue could leave the city at such a time to capture us? Furthermore, why are you telling us this information? Xia Jingyu asked. Lu Mo let out a bitter laugh. To tell you the truth, I am also being pursued by Tungue. That is why I informed the 2 of you. We will each go in one direction. That way, both of us will have a 50% chance of escaping. As for why we are capturing you, this is the unanimous decision of the 2 city masters. They are prepared to bring you back as offerings to the Ghost Clan. Every year, we must offer a certain number of humans to the Ghost Clan to ensure that the ghosts do not appear within 1,000 miles of the Abyss City. You 2 are extremely talented and youthful. Ghosts love to make offerings. Hence, we have decided to capture you. Is that so? Xia Jingyu said in a low voice. Black Snow, what do you think? Su Yu laughed. Half true, half false. But it is better to believe it than not. We should leave immediately. We cannot fight for too long. Xia Jingyu agreed with him. She retreated with Su Yu and left. Lu Mo had a cold glint in his eyes. He did not leave immediately. His smile disappeared, replaced with a cold expression. Humph, You are so easy to fool, as expected of someone from the outside world. Whoosh! Lu Mo took out a jade green bottle from his sleeves, his eyes glowing with cunning. I have the aura of an evil ghost on me. To prevent Tan Gui, that old thing, from having other tricks up his sleeve, we must find a way to expel it. This bottle of Biluakan is something I have prepared for many years. I have paid a great price for it. Now it has finally come in handy. By spraying it on me, I can conceal the aura of an evil ghost. I believe that when Tan Gui reaches this place, he will still think that I escaped with them. He will not be distracted and use other methods to find me. This way, I will have more time to escape. He was about to spray the bottle on himself, but at that moment, an ice sword pierced through the air, aiming for his vitals. Lu Mo's expression changed, becoming gloomy. You have not left yet. With half-god Tan Gui's abilities, he can communicate with heaven and earth and reach this place in an instant. If you wish to die, I will not accompany you. As he spoke, he raised his hand and smashed the entire ice sword. This bit of power cannot harm me in a short period of time. I will take my leave. To avoid being entangled, Lu Mo turned and retreated. But at that moment, within the shattered ice sword, a ball of ice water that had yet to solidify floated out. Lu Mo saw it, but did not care. But at that moment, the ice water suddenly condensed into a little cat, snatching away the Biluakan in Lu Mo's hands. Lu Mo's expression changed, and he hurriedly reached out to grab it. But at that moment, the shattered ice sword once again condensed into a sky full of ice shards, flying toward Lu Mo's head. Caught off guard, Lu Mo instinctively waved his sleeves to block it. But hearing the sound of breathing, the little cat and the Biluakan were held by a large hand. Looking up, it was Suyu, one hand holding Xia Jingyu, the other retrieving the Biluakan from the little cat. Without a word, he sprayed it on the two of them. Thank you for your gift. We will meet again. Suyu cupped his fists and smiled. The 10,000 zhong wings on his back flashed, and with a few flashes, they disappeared without a trace. Lu Mo was furious. He had wanted them to stall for time, but in the end he had allowed them to escape, and he had become Tan Gui's target. Of the two of them, one was ice-based and the other water-based. Their coordination was so great that it was impossible to defend against them. Lu Mo's heart was filled with hatred, but he could feel a terrifying aura closing in on him from behind. He could not help but cry bitterly, fleeing in a hurry. Thousands of miles away, Suyu and Xia Jingyu looked at each other and smiled. The two of them were so well coordinated. It was as if their hearts were linked. This gave Suyu a strange feeling. There could only be one person who could coordinate so well with others, Xia Jingyu. Even more coincidentally, she was also proficient in water-based techniques. Xia Jingyu felt even more strange. Looking at Suyu, she felt that the black snow devil king in front of her was gradually overlapping with Suyu. The two of them looked at each other, the same question flashing in their hearts. The atmosphere gradually froze. Suyu observed Xia Jingyu closely. Extraordinary level of perception, proficient in water-based techniques. Weren't these Xia Jingyu's strengths? Furthermore, Xia Jingyu had also participated in Lord Yu's selection. Could she have succeeded? But from Suyu's impression, even though Xia Jingyu's level of perception was high, she definitely did not have the level of perception in front of him. She had seen all the techniques in the world, and had even created her own cultivation technique, second only to legendary techniques. But they were too similar. Suyu's lips moved. At this moment, Xia Jingyu finally mustered her courage. You first. You first. The two of them blurted out, and could not help but freeze. I'll go first. I'll go first. The two of them spoke at the same time. Xia Jingyu's face turned red, her heart thumping wildly. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and her pupils shrank into slits. Could it really be him? Su Yu's heart trembled. Could she be Xia Jingyu? The two of them looked at each other, each taking a deep breath, preparing to say their names. But at this moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother, big sister, what are you doing?" The two of them trembled, looking down in shock. On the ground beneath their feet, a pretty little girl with a ponytail was raising her head innocently as she looked at them with a smile. The little girl was about 5 years old, and she wore a colorful dress. Her skin was as fair as snow, and she looked like she had been carved out of a painting. At this moment, her distinct black and white eyes were looking at them mischievously. Su Yu took a small step forward, shielding Xia Jingyu without anyone noticing. "Who are you?" he asked seriously. Even though they had been slightly distracted, it was impossible for them to not notice that someone had arrived beneath their feet. Moreover, how could a harmless little girl appear in a dangerous place like the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds? Xia Jingyu was equally shocked. She looked at the little girl, feeling terrified. The little girl opened her eyes wide, smiling. "My name is Shenggu. Sheng as in Sheng Shao and Go as in song. Hee, isn't it nice?" Shenggu. Shenggu, Xia Jingyu thought carefully. She seemed to have heard this name before. On the other side, Luomo was unable to escape from Tun Gui. A pitch-black color appeared on his palm. Ghost Swallower covered Green Demon's head, ignoring his heart-wrenching roars. "Humph! So you didn't know about the origin crystal of 5 elements. Why did you run? But it looks like you were already on guard against me, and you were even prepared to join the Ghost Clan. If that's the case, you can't stay either." Slap! Lumo's head was snapped off. Tun Gui's eyes flashed, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "That means that my Hong Mo has most likely joined the Ghost Clan, and the Ghost Clan was behind the theft of the origin crystal of 5 elements? Luckily, those 2 outsiders came here by accident. Otherwise, once the origin crystal of 5 elements was handed over to the Ghost Clan, things would be bad." Now that Su Yu and the others were no longer breathing, Tun Gui could only contact Lei Mo, unwilling to give up. "Help me find out where the 2 outsiders are. The origin crystal of 5 elements is related to them." Lei Mo put down the jade scroll, cursing angrily. "Useless. I lost both of them." But this concerned the safety of the Abyss City, so Lei Mo did as he was told. Activating the 10,000 miles cloud passing realm, he quickly found Su Yu and Xia Jingyu. Unless their cultivation level was higher than his, or they were of the same cultivation level, it would be difficult for them to escape detection. "I found them. They are in the direction of the Abyss City." Tun Gui nodded. "Yes. Is there anyone else?" Lei Mo swept his gaze across the screen. There were only the 2 of them. Only them. Wait, Lei Mo took a closer look and realized that the 2 of them were talking to someone, as if they were facing a great enemy. But there was no one in that direction. Cold sweat trickled down Lei Mo's back. Unwilling to give up, Lei Mo switched the screen to the direction they were looking at, searching carefully. However, right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. In the clearly empty screen, a little girl had appeared out of thin air. She was smiling coldly at the screen, as if she could see Lei Mo in the mirror. Thud, thud, thud. This gaze caused Lei Mo to stumble backward and fall to the ground. His face was filled with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, It's that heavenly ghost!" The king of 10,000 ghosts, the most terrifying existence in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, the fairy realm. Heavenly ghost, Shenggu. Chapter 418. Su Yu's expression was calm, but his heart was thumping. He used his soul eyes to scan the area. What shocked him was that the little girl was clearly in front of him, but there was nothing in front of him. Suddenly, a green light flashed past the little girl's clear eyes. An obscure aura suddenly bore into Su Yu's soul, causing him to feel waves of pain. A secret soul technique. Su Yu was shocked. Buzz, buzz, The divine nine-dragon cauldron felt the soul invasion from the outside world and shook slightly, suppressing the obscure aura. I am Lord Yu. Little girl, you are so cute. What is your name? Xia Jingyu smiled sweetly from behind, descending and kneeling down to gently touch her head. Suyu was shocked. Lord Yu did not seem like a reckless person. How could she be so reckless? That invading aura, Suyu's heart sank. It was most likely some sort of hallucinatory soul technique. Lord Yu was being controlled. Although his heart was heavy, Suyu's expression did not change. With a smile, Suyu descended and said, I am the Black Snow Devil King. Little girl, why are you here alone? Are you not afraid of danger? Shang-Gu pursed her lips and smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Her clear eyes swept past the 2 of them. However, when her gaze landed on Suyu, a shred of suspicion flashed past her eyes. Big brother, big sister, can you give me all your treasures? Shang-Gu asked sweetly. Xia Jingyu smiled gently, not rejecting her. Sure. She took out the hairpin and handed it to Shang-Gu. All sorts of divine artifacts and treasures were contained within the hairpin. Space divine artifact, Big sister's identity is not simple. Shang-Gu smiled meaningfully. Lord Yu was indeed being controlled. Su-Yu's gaze flickered as he took out 2 items. One was the space storage divine artifact, the Cosmos Mirror, and the other was Yun Yazi's jade box. Shang-Gu scanned Suyu from head to toe, feeling as if her entire body had been seen through. Apart from the palm print and the divine nine-dragon cauldron in her soul, everything else had been searched. Maybe I am overthinking. Xingji's smile faded, turning cold and revealing a maturity that did not match her age. He casually glanced at the Cosmos Mirror and the jade box and was slightly surprised. Interesting. After being suppressed for 1,000 years, has the Jinlong continent regained its ancient prosperity? 2 mere juniors. Both of them have storage artifacts. It seems that Void Immortal Exalt is going to activate the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Immortal Artifact again and activate the Dark Turmoil. After pondering for a moment, Shang-Gu flicked their items back and said slowly, I've been sealed for 1,000 years and my resources have been exhausted. If it weren't for the sake of deceiving everyone, these items wouldn't have been returned to their rightful owners to avoid arousing suspicion from the old man outside. However, these things will be mine sooner or later, and so will your lives. Shinga mumbled to herself and said, Follow me. Yu and Suyu seemed to have lost their minds. They could not help but follow. Suyu looked forward. He did not even try to secretly observe Shang-Ji's back. At the level of the fairy realm, even the faintest gaze could be detected. He was pretending to be controlled now. Once she exposed him, the consequences would be unthinkable. As for Lord Yu, if there was a chance, he would help her out and find an opportunity to escape from her control. Tan Gue waited for a while, but he did not detect any movement from Abyss City. He could not help but feel suspicious. Beep, beep. The jade scroll opened again, and Leamo let out a cold grunt. I have found him, 1,500 miles northwest. Tan Gue, the origin crystal of 5 elements, concerns the survival of Abyss City. You know the consequences if you do not find it. Hearing the threat, Tan Gue was furious. However, this was Hong Mo's doing. He was suspected of failing to supervise. He felt a little guilty and did not notice the difference in Leamo's tone. Putting away the jade scroll, Tan Gue locked onto the northwest direction and flew toward it. Abyss City. In front of the 10,000 miles cloud passing border, Leamo put down the jade scroll. His palms were trembling, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, the subordinate's face was pale. City Master, luring the other party into encountering the heavenly ghost, could have gotten rid of him. However, the heavenly ghost's appearance could be aimed at us. We are in need of manpower. Why send him to his death? Leamo's eyes glowed with ruthlessness. Humph! If the heavenly ghost wants to harm us, what use would it be to have more half-gods when the great spell protecting the city is gone? Letting Tangue go is also buying us some time. The subordinate was shocked. Sir, are you thinking of forming a blood bond with the Cosmos Thundersword now? However, that will take 2 days. We might not be able to deal with the heavenly ghost in time. Lei Mo took a deep breath and smiled coldly. I have been prepared for this. Ever since I accidentally discovered the Thunder Sword in the underground volcano, which had been refined by the earth fire for tens of thousands of years, I have been prepared. I have set up a spell formation on the Thunder Sword. As long as the sword embryo is complete, even if it is not refined, it will be able to unleash 50% of its power. With such power, even though it has lost the power to kill the heavenly ghost, it should be more than enough to injure it. The subordinate was overjoyed. Thanks to the good fortune of the city master, the Abyss City is saved. Lei Mo had been a nameless villain in the Abyss City back then. He had accidentally discovered the underground volcano and the mysterious Thunder Sword. He had used the power of the Thunder Sword to cultivate continuously. That was how he had gained the name of Lei Mo today. His thunder path had intimidated the Dragon Abyss. On this day, 100 years later, the Thunder Sword, which had been tempered by the earth fire for tens of thousands of years, had finally formed a sword embryo. If it could be used, it would definitely be able to unleash great power. Above the Dragon Abyss, Gang Dalei held a green foxtail grass in his mouth and lay in front of the wooden hut. He was bored to death, guarding the stove and heating up a pot of wine. Old man, how long are you going to hide? Ever since I followed you, I have never enjoyed a day of being revered by tens of thousands of people. Instead, I have to hide in a place like the Dragon Abyss where even birds don't poop. Were you fooling me back then? Are you really that powerful? On the big rock, the sloppy old Taoist let out a burp. He cast a sidelong glance at him and laughed dryly. Whether I am powerful or not, won't you know if you go down and ask that little brat? Gang Dalei's face stiffened. He looked back at the entrance of the Dragon Abyss with a rare look of fear. Old man, she won't really come out, right? Back then, she almost broke through the seal. I gave her a ruthless punch. If she escapes, even you won't be able to suppress her, right? The sloppy old Taoist pulled a long face and mumbled, Do I need to be afraid of that little brat? He paused, feeling a little guilty. In the past, I could make sure she wouldn't be able to turn the tables with just a little finger. Gang Dalei's expression was a little unnatural. He touched his nose. Old man, you have to hang in there. It won't be too late for you to prepare a coffin for yourself when I leave the Jinlong continent. You little brat, the sloppy old Taoist grunted. If not for the fact that the Jinlong continent is not suitable for me to recover, would I need to be afraid of that little brat? It seemed like the old man was once a powerful martial artist. But the one I should be most worried about is not that little brat, but the criminals in the abyss. I hope they are not too stupid and touch that thing. That is the most dangerous thing. In the abyss, Shingo was expressionless, her small face cold. She lowered her head and pondered, as if she was deep in thought. Suddenly, Shingo lifted her head and looked behind her. From the distant horizon, a scarred figure was flying over. Shingo froze, then let out a cold laugh. Idiot! Tan Gui saw Su Yu and Xia Jingyu from afar, his nervous expression relaxing. He was about to chase after them when he suddenly saw a cute little girl standing between the two of them. Tan Gui was stunned. Why had the intelligence not mentioned that the two of them had brought a little girl? But when he saw the girl's face clearly, Tan Gui felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Heavenly ghost, Shingo. He instinctively wanted to escape. However, when he saw Shinga's faint smile, his rationality told him not to run away. Clenching his teeth, Tan Gui braced himself and flew over. Thump! Tan Gui of the Abyss City greets, Lord Heavenly Ghost. I was abandoned by Lei Mo and am willing to serve you. Tan Gui had surrendered without hesitation. Looks like you are quite smart. Firstly, you did not escape. Secondly, you realized so quickly that you had been betrayed by the person hiding behind the mirror. Tan Gui was furious. He did not believe that Lei Mo had not discovered the existence of the heavenly ghost in the 10,000 miles cloud-passing realm. He had deliberately concealed it and sent him here, hoping that he would die. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Heavenly Ghost. If he is heartless, I will be unjust. Tan Gui was calculative, but Shang Ji's smile faded. Who said I wanted to take you in? Don't compare me to those inferior ghosts. Tan Gui's expression froze, his gaze quickly sweeping past Suyu and Xia Jingyu. Lord Heavenly Ghost, please give me a way out. I will listen to your orders and be of use to you. I am from the Abyss and the Deputy City Master. I will definitely be of some use. Unexpectedly, Xingge let out a cold laugh. Are you trying to say that you are more useful than the two of them? Unfortunately, the truth is that they are more useful than you. Seeing that Shanggu had made up her mind to kill him, Tan Gui bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a shuttle-shaped divine artifact slid out from his sleeve. The divine artifact trembled slightly when it came into contact with the blood, exploding with a blinding green glow. Go! Tan Gui grabbed the green glow with one hand, exploding with a terrifying speed, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. Xingji's lips curled into a cold smile. Trying to escape? All of you wait here. I need an hour. After saying this, her petite figure disappeared, as if she had teleported. When she reappeared, her figure was a blur, appearing precisely in front of Tan Gui. I suddenly realized that you are not completely useless. At least this proves one thing. Xingge thought for a moment. She clasped her hand and pressed down. The spirit energy of the universe surged, gathering in the sky, forming a giant palm 1,000 feet wide. The lines were clear, similar to a real palm. As soon as it pressed down, the divine artifact in Tan Gui's hand exploded. Tan Gui himself was sent flying, blood splattering from his chest. No, a plea was cut short by the merciless giant palm. His body was crushed on the spot. Su Yu's expression was calm. He and Xia Jingyu were like puppets, motionless. However, his heart was filled with uncertainty, and he was struggling with himself. An hour was enough for them to escape far away. Xia Jingyu was uncertain, but Su Yu was not under her control. She might not be able to find him, but the risk was high. What should he do? Should he escape or wait and see? Time passed, and Su Yu was tormented. Half a cup of tea's time had passed, and he gradually made up his mind, motionless. An hour passed. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and Shanggu suddenly appeared behind Su Yu. She had a faint smile on her face as she said, "It seems like I was overthinking things. It would be strange if a mere junior could really block my heavenly ghost heart technique." She had been wary of Su Yu all along. She had clearly dealt with Tan Gui in an instant, but had waited until now to see if Su Yu still had his own consciousness. Completely relieved, Shengge laughed. "Since that is the case, it is time for you to participate in my plan. That destructive divine artifact will be temporarily given to you, who possesses lightning-based techniques." With a loud laugh, Shengge shook her sleeves, creating a gust of wind that carried the two of them away. Chapter 419. Shenyue Island, Xianyu Prefecture. Lord Shen Ying stood high in the sky, coldly looking at the Duke of Xianyu. His expression was even worse than the Duke's. "If I find out that you are harboring Su Yu," Lord Shen said, "I will destroy your entire family. Let's go." The Duke of Xianyu was sweating profusely, his face full of worry. What happened to Yu'er? Why is he wanted by the Empire of Darkness? The Duke of Xianyu's heart was heavy. A graceful lady walked out from the side. She wore a daffodil green dress, with a yellow belt tied around her waist. Her figure was exquisite and well-proportioned. Her face was elegant and refined, gentle and beautiful. Her bright eyes were like ripples, full of elegance and gentleness. "Duke, do not worry," the lady said softly. The lady called out softly. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and it was pleasing to the ears. Both of us know Su Yu's character very well. He is definitely not someone who commits crimes. Being wanted by the Empire of Darkness might not necessarily be because he has committed a sin that will anger the heavens and the people. The Duke of Xinyu said, respectfully, "Missin, I am well aware of Yuer's character. I am only worried about his safety." The gentle woman smiled sweetly. "Royal Prince, you can rest assured. Since they are still searching for him with great fanfare, it naturally means that he is safe and sound." Even though she said this, deep in her eyes was a deep sense of unease. The Duke of Xinyu sighed in self-reproach. "I am useless. I did not give this child the protection he deserved, letting him wander the Jinlong continent alone without anyone to rely on." The lady sighed. "Duke, I think I should take my leave. There are still many important matters to attend to in the Jinlong continent. I can also return to the continent to look for Su Yu." When the regional king heard this, he was overjoyed and asked, "Miss, are you leaving now?" The lady nodded. "My injuries have healed. Thank you for your care. It is time for me to leave." The Duke urged her to stay, but did not stop her, watching her leave. Above the sea, the two inspectors behind Lord Shen Ying had strange expressions. "Lord, we have been searching for him from the continent all the way to the Alliance, then to the Lucian faction. Now, we have even found Su Yu's father-in-law. Yet, we still have not found his whereabouts. Why don't we just capture those who are related to him alive and spread the news?" Lord Shen Ying raised his eyebrows. "Humph, you think you're smart? Use your brain and think about it carefully. The grand sacrificial ceremony is just around the corner. At that time, the Holy King's life or death will be revealed. If he had already died, there would still be Bai Luo giving orders, and I would naturally be able to do whatever I wanted. However, if the Saint King was still alive, how do you think the Saint King would punish me for doing such a disgraceful thing to the Empire?" The two inspectors were embarrassed and did not say anything. "What should we do next?" Lord Shen Ying touched his broken left palm, and a vicious look appeared on his face. "Of course, I can't just let this go. However, the grand sacrificial ceremony is just around the corner, and we don't have much time left. We need to hurry back as soon as possible. We must find Su Yu even if we have to turn the entire continent upside down." The two of them acknowledged, respectfully, and retreated with Lord Shining. On the other side of the vast sea was Emma Wu. After going through many difficulties, she had finally found out the whereabouts of her master. She was pleasantly surprised as she headed towards Shenyue Island. Demonic Dragon Abyss. Banished Abyss Central Region. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu were brought to an ancient ruin. The ruins stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and a large area of the ancient palace could still be vaguely seen. But the preservation was very complete. However, the Yin energy was extremely heavy, and there was a sinister aura everywhere. Su Yu felt a bone-piercing chill, extremely uncomfortable. The spirit energy in his body was quickly being corroded by the Yin energy. "Welcome, Lord Heavenly Ghost." Approaching the spacious hall in the center, two white figures flew into the sky. They were the white-faced Azura and the black-faced Azura. The two of them looked at Su Yu and Xia Jingyu, their expressions strange. These two have already been inflicted with the heavenly ghost heart planting technique. Bring them to the dragon sealing well. Once you are done, bring them to see me immediately. Shang Gu left the two of them behind and left. The two great Azuras did not dare disobey, waving their hands at the two of them. "Follow me." Su Yu's heart shook, and he silently followed the two of them to the deepest part of the ruins. It was an extremely spacious plaza. What caused Su Yu's pupils to shrink was the sight of tens of thousands of Rakshasas surrounding an ancient well that was 100,000 zhang wide. The mouth of the ancient well was sealed by 9 pitch-black chains that were 100 feet thick. Waves of extremely violent and terrifying black mist surged out of the ancient well. It was a majestic sight. What shocked Su Yu even more was the fact that 999 humans were being held captive in the plaza. They were tied to a huge cross and placed beside the ancient well. Suddenly, a soft barking sound came from Su Yu's sleeves. It was Long Feiyu's spiritual pet. His gaze swept across the area, and he immediately discovered Long Feiyu's presence. But Su Yu pretended not to know, quietly following the 2 Asuras to land beside the ancient well. The black-faced Asura looked at Xia Jingyu, revealing a strange expression as he said expressionlessly, "You do it." The white-faced Asura laughed coldly, jumping into the ancient well. Not long after, he grabbed 2 black crystals from the ancient well. He crushed the 2 crystals, and a black liquid sprayed out, spraying the 2 of them. Something strange happened. The yin energy in Su Yu's body was like snow in spring, quickly seeping out of his pores. At the same time, the black liquid formed a transparent black light barrier, enveloping the 2 of them. No matter how dense the yin energy in the outside world was, it was pushed out. Hee, Lord Heavenly Ghost seems to value these 2 humans, the white-faced Asura said with a laugh. Not only did she personally take action, she even used the few Heavenly Ghost crystals in the ancient well to prevent the yin energy from entering their bodies. The black-faced Asura was unmoved, pulling the 2 of them back with an expressionless face. At that moment, the white-faced Asura's eyes flashed. "Hey, Luo, do you really not have any thoughts about Lord Heavenly Ghost? The restriction she planted in our bodies could take our lives at any time. More importantly, Lord Heavenly Ghost is about to break free and leave the Dragon Abyss, but she has no intention of releasing the seals for us. If Lord Heavenly Ghost doesn't personally reinforce this kind of restriction every other month, we'll be destroyed in body and soul. If she abandons us and leaves, we'll be doomed." The black-faced Asura's expression darkened, and he scolded, "By Luo, we are where we are today because of Lord Heavenly Ghost. Otherwise, when we were still Rakshasa, we would have died at the hands of the humans in Shin City. All these years, Lord Heavenly Ghost has only ordered us to hold the demonic dragon blood sacrifice every 100 years to appease the sealed demonic dragon. She has never mistreated us. For the sake of our many years of friendship, I can pretend I did not hear what you said today. But if there is a next time, I will take your head." The black-faced Asura scolded coldly. The white-faced Asura's expression stiffened. "Humph, I was just saying, how could I really betray Lord Heavenly Ghost?" He flew away after saying this. Chapter 420. The conversation between the 2 of them was not concealed from Su Yu and Xia Jingyu. It seemed they were very confident in Sheng Ji's Heavenly Ghost heart planting technique. A moment later, in a great hall, "Hey Luo, you may leave. Immediately carry out my instructions." Xinggu waved her hand. After dismissing Hey Luo, Xinggu walked over and placed a hand on Su Yu's wrist, closing her eyes. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes with a hint of surprise. Backlash from the heavenly wrath? I am surprised that a junior like you could be injured by the heavenly wrath. Those eyes must have been blinded by the heavenly wrath, right? Also, you actually have a shred of our ghost bloodline, and it is the rarer evil ghost bloodline. It can swallow the life, force, and cultivation of all living things. How strange! If you really were a member of the Ghost Clan, I might even pass on the Ghost Clan's sacred object, the 100 Ghost Secret Scroll, to you. Unfortunately, you're just a tool that I need to use. You're not worth my time. Shedding her curiosity, Sheng-gu calmly said, "Besides the lightning-based techniques, you also cultivate the fire-based and ice-based techniques. Even your physical body seems to have undergone some training. You have learned too much, but not enough. In particular, the lightning-based techniques that I need are not as good as the ice-based and fire-based techniques. You have already cultivated the origin of these two techniques. Instead, the lightning-based techniques are slightly inferior. It looks like I still need to spend some effort to sort out what you have learned. Only then can I ensure that you can control that lightning-based treasure. After thinking for a moment, the heavenly ghost tapped Suyu's forehead with her finger. A wisp of pure, majestic, and mysterious energy entered Suyu's body, crazily attacking his limbs and bones. First, refine the messy energy in your body. Creak! Under the enormous energy, Suyu's whole body was in pain. His soul shook violently and he almost cried out in pain. The bones in his body let out a crackling sound, and his flesh squirmed and contracted continuously. The powers of ice, fire, and lightning were crazily compressing his flesh, bones, and meridians. Slivers of black blood, mixed with stinky impurities, were continuously squeezed out from his pores. The entire process lasted for 2 hours, until there were no more impurities. Shenggu retracted her finger, her pink face turning pale. It was obvious that the sorting out of the energy was extremely taxing for her. With a flick of his finger, the impurities in Suyu's body flew away, revealing a body that was as smooth as jade and extremely fair. Although Xiao Chen's body looked like it had no muscles, it contained a berserk energy that merged the attributes of ice, fire, and lightning. His green tendons and veins also showed some changes. They were suffused with a faint golden color, which was different from that of an ordinary human. Xinggu wiped the beads of sweat off her forehead and nodded in satisfaction. For this rare opportunity, I'm willing to go all out. Only after the energy is infused into the physical body can it bring out its true might. With the 3 attributes merged into one, the strength of this physical body is already comparable to a peak sovereign stage expert. That is why the aura of that lightning Dao treasure did not shatter my physical body. After doing all this, Shanggu pointed her finger at Suyu's dantian, crazily imbuing the energy of the fairy realm into his dantian. They revolved around his dantian and finally condensed into 2 soybean-sized crystals. Xingji's face turned even paler. Her small body also swayed a little, but her face was full of satisfaction. To bring out the power of the lightning Dao treasure, I need vital energy of the fairy realm. With my strength, I can only use it twice. Imbue all of them into your body. If you are unable to break the seal with 1 try and an accident happens, the 2nd crystal can be used as a foolproof plan. She lifted her head to look at Suyu. His face was pale from the pain, but his mind was still clear. She could not help but be surprised. Not bad willpower. You are still able to remain clear-headed even after I repeatedly imbued you with the energy. It looks like you have a strong will. Withdrawing her gaze, Xinggu waved her hands. The 2 of you stand at the side. Do not move. After saying this, she sat down cross-legged, exhausted, and began to recover. Half a day later, Xinggu let out a breath of turbid air. Her face regained its rosy color, and she once again looked lively and adorable. Lord, the preparations are complete. Outside the palace, He Luo's voice could be heard. Xingji's eyes glowed. All right, let's go. I have been sealed for 10,000 years. It is time to leave this place. If I can seize the opportunity, I might be able to leave the Jinlong continent and return to Juzhou. With a look of anticipation, Xinggu waved her hands. A group of people appeared in the sky above the palace. At that moment, the white-faced Azura, who was in charge of looking after the dragon sealing well, flew over hurriedly. He said respectfully, Lord, the demonic dragon blood sacrifice is about to begin. Please give the order. Xinggu glanced at the dragon sealing well. She was fearful, but also a little hateful. Humph! I have served that demonic dragon for 1,000 years. I perform a blood sacrifice once every 100 years in exchange for vital energy from Jiuzhou. Now that I have hopes of returning to Jiuzhou, why would I care about that demonic dragon? Let it live and die on its own. The white-faced Azura's expression turned stiff. But the humans we have captured as food. Do whatever you want. Xinggu waved her hands, indifferently saying, By Luo, hey Luo, follow me. On account of your many years of loyalty, I will bring you away from the dragon abyss. If there is a chance, I might even bring you into Jiuzhou. Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. The white-faced Azura swept his gaze across the 10,000 panicking Rakshasas. He hesitated for a moment. Lord, what about my clansmen? If we are not around, they will be slaughtered by the humans in Abyss City in just a few decades. Xingji's expression turned cold. How can I control that group of trash? They are just Rakshasas. There are countless low-level ghosts like them. If you want to accompany them, you can stay. I dare not. The white-faced Azura's expression turned cold. A strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. The black-faced Azura glanced at Bai Luo. He did not say a word and stood behind Xinggu loyally. Xinggu snorted coldly. With a wave of her sleeves, the group of people disappeared like smoke. Tens of thousands of Rakshasas were left behind. They did not know what to do and panicked. As a result, none of the human prisoners on the ground paid any attention to them. Abyss City, underground volcano. Thunder Demon's 10 fingers moved continuously, creating afterimages as he rapidly formed hand seals. His face was pale, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Behind him was his trusted aide, who had an anxious look on his face. However, there were 9 flickering black flags on the Thunder Sword. This was the array that could temporarily control the Cosmos Thunder Sword without refining it. Although it could only unleash half of the Thunder Sword's power, it was more than enough to severely injure the heavenly ghost and scare it away. At this moment, there were already 8 black flags emitting surging black gas. They wrapped around the Thunder Sword. Only one array was left. Rumble. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky above the Abyss City. Many of the experts in the city fainted on the spot. Even the stronger human kings retreated hundreds of meters in shock. They looked at the sky in horror. Xinggu wore a faint sneer as she stood in the dark clouds with her hands behind her back. Chapter 421. The voice penetrated the ground and landed in Lemo's ears. His body shook violently and his face darkened. So fast! Zhuo Li, protect me. No matter what happens, you must fight for the last bit of time for me. Just one more spell flag, and I will be able to control the Cosmos Thunder Sword and kill this ghost. As Lemo's trusted aide, Zhuo Li immediately took out a golden puppet. After crushing it, a ball of powerful Buddhist light erupted and enveloped the two of them. It was a Buddhist treasure. Seeing this, Lemo was slightly relieved. Buddhist power is the bane of ghosts. You have to sacrifice the ancestral angry Vajra Buddha statue. After this is done, you will inherit everything that Tun Gui has. This Buddha statue was left behind by Zhuo Li's ancestor. After crushing it, the Buddhist power hidden within would form a defensive barrier. Even a half-god would find it difficult to break through. Although Shangge was a terrifying existence of the fairy realm, the Buddhist power was very effective against evil ghosts. Hence, she might not be able to break through the barrier. Zhuo Li was excited. Thank you, City Master. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The Abyss City was silent. Having lost the great defensive barrier, they did not even dare to breathe in the face of the sudden arrival of the heavenly ghost. Xinggu laughed coldly. Do you need me to invite you out? Shangge stretched out her delicate palm and slammed it down. The spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth became chaotic. The dense demonic dragon's breath also condensed at this moment, forming a giant palm the size of half of the Abyss City. It slammed into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. In an instant, more than half of the houses collapsed. On the ground, a 1-mile-wide crack appeared. From the crack, a ball of scorching red light rushed out. The surrounding ground melted into liquid. Xingu waved her hand, and a strong wind blew the scorching red air away, not harming her at all. What followed closely was an extremely powerful sword aura, mixed with the terrifying power of thunder. It shot straight into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the demonic dragon's breath retreated. It was extremely afraid of it. Thunder naturally countered the power of evil. Xingu frowned slightly. She put her hands together, and the spiritual energy from both sides of the sky rolled over, trapping the thunder sword aura that shot into the sky. Then she squeezed her palms together, and the thunder sword aura that was trapped let out a whimper before shattering into lightning. It seemed like even she was somewhat fearful of the power of lightning. At this moment, through the parted ground, one could see a volcano that was hidden very deep, and it was bubbling with lava. It was a huge sword that was 100 zhang long. Lightning coiled around his body as he emitted a peerless sword light. Lei Mo's expression changed drastically, and he sped up his hand seals. The 9th formation flag buzzed and vibrated, continuously emitting black mist. He was about to succeed. Xingji's expression changed slightly. With a wave of her sleeve, a destructive force turned into a sharp arrow and shot down. At this moment, the Buddhist light barrier was actually on the verge of collapse. Not good. This heavenly ghost is more powerful than I imagined. Zuo Li's expression changed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood essence and frantically infused his spiritual energy into the Buddhist light. Suddenly, the Buddhist light expanded and formed a 10-zhang tall Buddha statue. As the sharp arrow shot down, the Buddha statue shook violently. Its whole body was covered with cracks the width of a finger. Bang! In the end, the Buddha statue could not withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. Because of this, the sharp arrow also dissipated. The Buddhist light barrier was gone. Zuo Li's face turned pale. Ha ha ha! It's done! At this moment, Thunder Devil's laughter rang out. The last formation flag had been successfully activated. At this critical moment, he had still succeeded. Cosmos Thunder Sword, rise! Lei Mo laughed maniacally. He put his palms together and used a technique to control the spell. The 9 formation flags emitted billowing black energy, enveloping the Thunder Sword. Rumble! Under the effect of the spell, the unrefined Thunder Sword was being controlled by someone. The 1,000-zhang sword let out a thunderous roar, vibrating continuously as it gradually flew out from the ancient volcano. The world-destroying sword light transformed into a shocking sword energy, shooting toward the horizon. The white light pierced through the clouds, shooting toward the clouds for thousands of miles. The entire dragon abyss shook violently. Countless Rakshases had terrified expressions as they burrowed into ground. The demonic dragon's breath that filled the sky rumbled. Faced with the soaring sword energy, Shengji's expression finally changed. With a wave of her sleeve, she led the group to avoid the sword energy, not daring to face it head-on. They were still too late. Su Yu's heart trembled. He had only seen such a powerful sword in the ancient Tower of Heaven, on the ancient Sword of the Youth with closed eyes. This sword did not lose to the Jinlong continent. That bit of sword energy was enough to kill all half-gods. If this sword were to be unleashed, even Shungo would be reduced to ashes. Ha! Even the heavens are helping me. I have spent 100 years of effort, and my wish has finally come true. Heavenly Ghost, I will use you as a sacrifice to the sword. Lei Mo laughed maniacally. With the peerless Thunder Sword, his confidence soared. After killing the Heavenly Ghost, the next step was to unify the Dragon Abyss. Strangely, Shenga only had her initial fear. She then let out a faint smile. Is that so? Lei Mo's heart skipped a beat. Was there something wrong with the other party being fearless? At that moment he felt a chill in his chest. A palm had pierced through his chest without warning, digging out his heart. Lei Mo turned his head in disbelief. "Zhuo Li, it's you." "Why?" The person who had ambushed him was his trusted aide, Zhuo Li. Zhuo Li laughed coldly as he crushed his heart. His expression was cold. "Humph! Which do you think I would choose? To be second to only one in the Dragon Abyss, or to leave this world and go to the outside world?" After saying that, he flew into the sky and knelt in front of Shenge. He presented a black scroll with both hands. "Greetings, Lady Shenge. This is the method to control the Divine Guard formation. I have secretly stolen it from Lei Mo according to your orders." Lei Mo could not believe it. When did you betray us?" "You stole the origin crystal of 5 elements." At the moment of his death, he suddenly understood. Zhuo Li laughed coldly. "When you discovered the Cosmos Thunder Sword and started refining it, I was already Lady Shang Ji's man. As for the origin crystal of 5 elements, humph! If I had not framed Tun Gui and asked you to kill him, how would I have had the chance to strike at the critical moment and give you a fatal blow? After all, that old fox Tun Gui is very cunning." Lei Mo's vision darkened. The mole was actually the person he trusted the most. Xingge glanced down and then looked at Zhuo Li. "Well done. Stand behind me. I can't be bothered to turn back to you." Zhuo Li was overjoyed when he heard that. He could finally prepare to leave this place. However, Lei Mo, who was on the verge of collapse, suddenly became alert. His body moved like lightning, and he pointed at the Cosmos Thunder Sword from afar. In an instant, the dragon Abyss rumbled. From the Cosmos Thunder Sword, a 300-meter-long thunder dragon shot out and swallowed Shenge at lightning speed. This happened so suddenly that Shenge was caught off guard. Shenge was swallowed by the thunder dragon on the spot and was surrounded by lightning. "Damn it, you have 2 hearts." Shenge was furious. Ghost chi surged from her small body to resist the destructive lightning. However, the lightning was so strong that it could subdue ghosts. Shenge was trapped inside it. It would take her a long time to escape. Chapter 422. Shenge was both shocked and furious. "Impossible. How did you know that Zhuo Li had sided with me?" Zhuo Li's face was pale, and he said in fear, "It was not me. I definitely did not reveal it." The white-faced Azura's expression changed, and he flew in front of Shenge. "Hey Mian, protect Master." Hey Mian was cold and loyal. He snorted, and the white-faced Azura's expression changed. The 2 of them, 2 half-gods, guarded Shenge from the left and right, buying time for her to break through. Suddenly, the white-faced Azura let out a blood-curdling scream. A halberd had pierced through his neck, almost cutting off his head. The white-faced Azura only screamed once before his body slumped to the ground. Xingji's eyes turned cold. "Hey Luo, you betrayed me." No one had expected the loyal He Luo to be the true traitor. He Luo looked over expressionlessly. "Master, when you treated the ghost clan like puppets, you should have known this day would come. Your ideals, your feelings, your back view as you looked up at the starry sky. I do not understand. Is the outside world really that good? Why did you abandon the ghost clan?" Shenge was cold. "You are asking for death." With a thought, he tried to activate the restriction, but the lightning dragon had a barrier that blocked his divine sense. The black-faced Azura said indifferently, "It's useless, Master. This is a sealing spell specially prepared for you. It can trap you for a jaw sticks time, and a jaw sticks time is enough for Lei Mo to activate the Cosmos Thunder Sword and kill you." Xingji's pupils shrank, her face filled with hatred. "Zhuo Li Suyu Iyu, by me a jaw sticks time." She had been confident of success, but now she was in a life-and-death situation. Zhuo Li could not back down now. Even if he surrendered, Lei Mo would not forgive him. He could only pin his hopes on Shenge. Zhuo Li's eyes flashed. With a low grunt, he took out another golden Buddha statue. Lei Mo's expression changed. You hit another angry Vajra Buddha statue. Azura, stop him quickly. The black-faced Azura's expression turned cold. His halberd surged with sinister ghost energy, and a 30-meter-wide ghost face appeared. Zhuo Li was already prepared. A golden talisman fell from his sleeve. It was Sanskrit, full of Buddha nature. After crushing it, the sound of Sanskrit filled the air and the light of Buddha shone. Amidst the sudden explosion of Sanskrit sounds and Buddhist light, the ghostly face shrieked and died. Seizing the opportunity, the angry Vajra Buddha statue shattered, and a ball of Buddha's light enveloped Suyu and the others. Chirp! Right at this moment, a sharp sound of the air being torn apart exploded. With the heavenly halberd in hand, White Azura struck the light barrier with an earth-shattering might. An eerie aura filled the air. The entire light barrier shook violently, but it barely managed to hold on. Suyu was secretly surprised. The defense of the Buddha's light was really strong. Even White Azura, with his demigod battle prowess, could do nothing about it. Bang! The White Azura's expression remained unchanged. He waved his heavenly register and attacked again. Not only did it have a huge force, but the eerie ghostly aura also turned into long snakes that devoured the light barrier. As the light barrier shook, the light barrier gradually dimmed. Not good. This won't last more than an incense stick's time. Zhuo Li's expression changed. Xingji's eyes flashed. Zhuo Li, Suyu, you, the three of you hold White Azura back. Buy me some time. Without hesitation, the two of them stepped out of the light barrier. Suyu laughed bitterly in his heart. Even if he surrendered to the Thunder Demon now, the Thunder Demon would not forgive him. Now that things had come to this, he and Yu could only survive if the heavenly ghost escaped. As for how they would escape from the heavenly ghost, they could only take it one step at a time. Suyu pretended to accept the order, attacking with Yu. Zhuo Li hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and stood beside Suyu. With that, the three of them fought White Azura alone. Zhuo Li was at the level of human king, but Suyu and Yu were at the level of half-gods. White Azura, kill them immediately. Don't let them disturb me. I need to regain control of the Thunder Sword. I need about half an incense stick's time. White Azura nodded. I know. Hee. The heavenly halberd in his hand let out a ghostly howl. Layers of black bone energy surged out from the heavenly halberd. With a wave of the halberd, the sky was filled with ghost energy. Zhuo Li took out a staff the length of a finger, imbuing it with spirit energy. The staff grew with the wind, becoming 10 feet long in the blink of an eye. Such a technique shocked Suyu. What kind of divine artifact was this? It could change its size at any time. Attack! Zhuo Li grunted. I'll attack. The two of you hold him back. He shook his sleeves, charging forward with the staff in his hand. Suyu and Xia Jingyu flew to the sides, attacking from the sides. Thousand Thunder Finger. Suyu clasped his hands together. 3 purple rings of lightning circled his arms, the purple glow like a dream. There were also thousands of lightning bolts within them. Suyu was taken aback, and he was secretly shocked. This is 1000 Thunder Finger Stage 2 top class. Previously, he could only use 1 ring of lightning at the lower tier, but with Shangji's help, it had jumped to top class. The methods of the fairy realm are too shocking. Suyu's confidence increased. With a loud grunt, he controlled the 3 rings of lightning to attack. Seeing this, Zhuo Li was delighted. A lightning-based magical power. Very good. We'll hold them off for an incense stick's time. It's not impossible. Xia Jingyu let out a shout, spitting out a mouthful of air, bringing with it a hazy mist. In an instant, the mist of heaven and earth surrounded Suyu and Zhuo Li. Stage 3 immortal level technique. Zhuo Li's expression changed. Su Yu was even more shocked. This woman had cultivated an immortal-level technique to such a level. The white Azura let out a cold grunt, sweeping the heavenly halberd around him. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled and the spirit energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. Su Yu's heart was in his throat, his expression extremely grave. Thump! Zhuo Li's staff, which was illuminated by Buddha's light, was sent flying. A black arc of light passed through the staff, striking Zhuo Li's chest. The surface of Zhuo Li's body rippled, dissolving the sure-kill attack. Only the remnant force caused Zhuo Li to retreat a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Li's face was pale. "Thank you, Lord Yu." The water vapor around Xia Jingyu dissipated, and her water substitute easily dodged the attack. Finally, it was Su Yu's 3 rings of lightning. The first ring of lightning was destroyed, sparks flying everywhere. The second ring of lightning lasted for a moment before the heavenly halberd destroyed it. The third ring of lightning suddenly exploded, dissipating most of the heavenly halberd's ghost energy. A bolt of lightning passed through the heavenly halberd and struck the white Azura's palm. His body shook violently, lightning coursing through his body. His foot-long white hair was suddenly set ablaze. His indifferent face revealed a look of shock. His body shook, shaking off the burning white hair. When he looked at Su Yu again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Chapter 4:23. Pagoda Ghost Appear! White Azura let out a low grunt. His chest, which was covered in white hair, suddenly ignited with a ball of black flames, forming a ferocious ghost face. Then, within the image, a churning ghost energy surged forth. And from within the ghost chi, a dark green ghost claw silently stretched out. It left a trail in the air as it shot towards Willie. It was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to follow. Zhuo Li's expression changed, and he frantically injected spirit energy into the staff. At that moment, the staff glowed brightly like a blazing sun. All the ghost energy within 1,000 feet disappeared. Clang, crack! A shocking scene ensued. Even though the dark green ghost claw had been partially melted by the Buddha's glow, it still broke through the water veil and grabbed at the staff. After holding on for a moment, the staff shattered. Zhuo Li's expression changed. He threw down the staff and once again stuck a palm of talismans onto his body. At that moment, a layer of armor weaved with Sanskrit covered his body. Creak! The ghost claw exploded the moment it collided with the armor. But at the moment of explosion, it did not fear death. It thrust forward and pierced through Zhuo Li's chest. Zhuo Li's eyes dimmed, and his body went limp. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Even Zhuo Li, who was full of treasures, had been reduced to such a state. If he did not use his trump card, he would die here. Xia Jingyu's expression could not be seen clearly, but a terrifying force was gathering around her. She was probably preparing a powerful attack. Above his head, a gigantic butterfly condensed. It was lifelike and lifelike. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and a crimson jade clone appeared behind him. After being tempered by Sheng Ji's vital energy, the clone was even more solid, similar to Su Yu himself. There was no aura leaking from its body, just like a normal spirit energy clone. The two of them attacked just as White Azura was about to finish off Zhuo Li, his energy depleted. White Azura's expression changed. He could only draw a circle in the air with his halberd, blocking his body. Su Yu and his clone closed in on him at the same time. Clenching his fist, layers of cold energy flowed within his palm. The divine herb formed from ice beside his dantian glowed coldly. Thump! The fist that seemed to be able to condense all things struck the halberd. With a cautious sound, a layer of frost instantly formed on the heavenly halberd. At the same time, White Azura's entire body was also rapidly frozen, becoming extremely stiff. A look of horror appeared on his face. Ice Tao has been cultivated to the extreme, condensing an origin. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth, he roared furiously and shattered the ice covering his body. Then he drove his ghostly aura to dispel the ice that had invaded his body. However, at this moment, Xia Jingyu's water butterfly suddenly appeared. The water butterfly's wings flapped, and the blood in Azura's body flew out uncontrollably from his pores. Looking from afar, they looked like red lines of blood shooting over. All of the blood was devoured by the water butterflies, turning into blood butterflies in the blink of an eye. White Azura's heart trembled violently. He forcefully suppressed his chi and blood, but the blood in his body was no longer under his control. Water Tao perfection. The white Azura was astonished once again. He watched as 20% of his blood essence was drawn away in the blink of an eye, and a feeling of fatigue and weakness assaulted him. A sense of danger surged in his heart. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You forced me to do this. Crack! White Azura exerted force with both his palms, breaking the heavenly halberd into 2 pieces. A pitch-black scale fell out from within. Xingji's expression changed. A demonic dragon's scale. You secretly made a deal with the demonic dragon? You deserve to die. White Azura crushed the scale with his palms. At that moment, a black fog filled the air, transforming into a dragon the size of a palm. It looked small and delicate, but it emitted a frightening power. It was an aura close to that of the fairy realm. You finally used me. The deal is complete. I'll help you once and take 30% of your blood essence. The small demonic dragon was expressionless as it bit White Azura's wrist, sucking the blood essence. Xingji's eyes turned cold. You are no match for this demonic dragon. Even though the 2 of them had teamed up to fight against a half-god, Shengo had felt some hope. But the demonic dragon's appearance made her despair. She ordered Suyu and Iyu to escape. Iyu and Suyu obeyed, turning to escape. But White Azura's expression was one of hatred. You're leaving now? It's too late. Having absorbed enough blood essence, the demonic dragon let out a low roar. Its voice was filled with demonic power. The water butterfly was shattered on the spot, freeing White Azura from danger. Following that, the demonic dragon's black light flashed. The next moment, it appeared behind Xia Jingyu. Its black claws ignored her defenses, piercing through the water and easily striking her back. Pooh! Xia Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. She had suffered a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground. She had fainted. Such a simple attack had such a frightening effect. Suyu was shocked. The next moment, the demonic dragon turned its head to look at Suyu, its black light flashing again. Suyu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Without thinking, he activated the short skyline wings and moved 10,000 feet away. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the mystic dragon appeared where it had been before. A black crack had appeared from the impact. A crack in space. This was an attack that only a fairy realm could achieve. Suyu's hair stood on end. The demonic dragon let out a cold laugh, once again turning its head to look at Suyu. Its black eyes made Suyu feel as if he had fallen into an ice house. Clenching his teeth, Suyu glanced at the unconscious Xia Jingyu, his eyes cold. Raising a finger, the spirit energy within a 100-mile radius surged, gathering above Suyu's head, forming a giant Lin character. The murderous intent of thousands of soldiers and horses filled it. White Azura's expression turned serious. This is a legendary level technique. The demonic dragon froze, a hint of shock in its eyes. You actually have a legendary level cultivation technique. This is unbelievable. Shenggu looked at Suyu as if she was looking at a stranger. Lin, she growled, suppressing the Lin character. The demonic dragon and White Azura were both enveloped within it. The Lin character exploded. The powerful sound waves and murderous intent stirred the winds and clouds in all directions. A giant whirlpool-shaped crater 1,000 feet wide was blasted into the ground. The destructive power shattered everything. When the dust settled, White Azura's face was ashen, his hands in front of his chest. His entire body was a mess of blood and flesh. A few of his wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. His injuries were not light. The demonic dragon's glow dimmed, and it was difficult for him to maintain his form. "You have injured me to this extent. Lad, I will tear you apart." White Azura was enraged, his hatred soaring. The demonic dragon also revealed a hint of coldness. He, a legendary level technique. To think that someone in a barren land like the Void Realm would know a legendary level technique. How unexpected. Unfortunately, you are still young. Otherwise, I would be wary of you. Su Yu's expression darkened. The power of the Lin character was very close to that of a half-god, but it was not fatal. But a cold light flashed in his eyes. The demonic dragon's body suddenly twitched, a dangerous aura descending. A scarlet figure had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The figure clenched its fists, grabbing the demonic dragon. At the same time, a frightening scarlet flame surged forth, burning the demonic dragon. "Ah, lad, you!" The demonic dragon roared, struggling with all his might. The flames were effective against demonic qualities. His entire body was burning, causing black energy to surge. "Thousand Thunderfinger." But Su Yu did not give it a chance. 3 rings of lightning descended from the sky, wrapping around the demonic dragon's body. The rings of lightning shrank until they were as thick as 3 fingers. They tightly wrapped around the demonic dragon's body. The powerful power of the lightning caused the demonic dragon to roar in pain. The black energy around its body surged outward. Finally, with a roar, the demonic dragon dissipated on the spot, turning into a black scale that fell to the ground. A scarlet palm grabbed the scale and returned to Su Yu's side. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it had actually happened in the blink of an eye. The ferocious demonic dragon had been successfully subdued. Of course, a large part of the reason was that the demonic energy was effective against it. If he were to face a half-god, Su Yu could only flee. White Azura gasped in astonishment. Half an incense, Styx's time was almost up. Lei Emo had finally succeeded in controlling the Cosmos Thunder Sword. A shocking sword energy shot into the sky. "Ha ha ha, heavenly ghost! I've won in the end." Lei Emo laughed maniacally, his palm striking the Cosmos Thunder Sword. White Azura heaved a sigh of relief. He was injured, and 30% of his blood essence had been devoured by the demonic dragon and 20% by Xia Jingyu's water butterfly. He was extremely weak, and his battle power was only at the level of a human king. If this continued, he might be killed by the human in front of him. Xingji's expression changed, her eyes flickering. Finally, she clenched her teeth and shouted, "Su Yu, come here!" Su Yu flew over expressionlessly, standing in front of the lightning dragon. "The only thing we can do now is to take the last gamble. Fortunately, you have the bloodline of the evil ghost, so this technique can still be used." However, Xinggu was extremely unwilling, but seeing the appearance of the Thunder Sword, she could only clench her teeth and accept her fate. "I will pass the 100 Ghosts secret scroll to you. This way, you can use this scroll to temporarily borrow my cultivation level, allowing you to reach the fairy realm." Su Yu was shocked. Cultivation level could be borrowed? And at the fairy realm? Chapter 4:24. Shengge did not notice what Su Yu was thinking. The borrowed cultivation level is not the result of my own cultivation. If I do not disperse it in time, my dantian will be destroyed, and my body and soul will be destroyed. Su Yu shuddered, and he forcefully suppressed his various thoughts. Xinggu took a deep breath, spitting out a black pearl from her mouth. It was shrouded in ghostly energy. The pearl was engraved with intricate words. "This is the 100 Ghosts' secret scroll," said Shenge. "It contains my understanding of it. If I infuse it into your body, you will be able to comprehend it for a short period of time, reaching a level where you can withstand my cultivation level." Su Yu clenched his fist, placing the black pearl in front of his forehead. With a whirring sound, the pearl entered Su Yu's forehead. At that moment, a cold, unfamiliar energy surged into his soul. It was a piece of understanding. It was the understanding of the 100 Ghosts' secret scroll regarding the transfer of cultivation level. Other than that, the rest of the understanding had been sealed by Shungo, and Su Yu had no way of knowing. According to this understanding, borrowing someone else's cultivation level was not an easy task. It required a specific divine artifact or constitution. The bloodline of the evil ghost was one of those requirements. There's no time to lose. Activate the bloodline of the evil ghost according to the understanding. Xingge let out a low grunt, her black and white eyes releasing black ripples. A majestic, obscure energy was contained within them. With a thought, a layer of blood red appeared on Su Yu's body, forming a vortex on the surface of his body. The surging ripples were all sucked into the vortex. In that instant, Su Yu let out a pathetic cry, his entire body trembling as if he had been electrocuted. A heart-wrenching pain shot deep into his soul. He felt as if he was about to explode. This was because the bloodline of the evil ghost was carrying the cultivation level of the fairy realm. His physical body was only slightly affected. If not for that, the cultivation level alone would have killed him. But the effect was obvious. Su Yu's cultivation level rose rapidly, reaching Heaven Master in the blink of an eye. He easily passed the human king and half-god realms, closing in on the fairy realm. Lei Mo's expression changed. "Not good. Quick, kill him." The eyelids of the black-faced Azura twitched. Clenching his teeth, he tore open a piece of flesh on his chest, tearing the ghostly face into a bloody mess. Jie Ga, along with a ghostly howl, a ghostly claw that was 30% larger than the one that had killed Sua Li appeared in the void. With this grab, the black fog tumbled, and there was even a piercingly cold and sinister energy spreading out. The two of them were not far from each other, and the ghostly claw was extremely fast, not giving Su Yu enough time to react. Su Yu, who had been on guard against the Azura, had no time to digest Shang Ji's energy. His shoulder tilted, and he slid 100 feet to the side, narrowly avoiding the ghostly claw. Reaction speed is quite fast, but it's still a bit weak. The ghostly claw unexpectedly spoke in the human language. With a flash of black light, it once again clawed forward. At the same time, Azura, who was behind him, took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He curled his fist and aimed it at Su Yu's chest. Su Yu's expression turned cold. His left palm was filled with ice, while his right palm was filled with lightning. He dealt with the attacks from both sides at the same time. With a cracking sound, the frightening cold air blocked the ghostly claw. His right palm, on the other hand, easily grasped the Azura's inhuman body. In such a casual manner, he had deterred 2 attacks. Azura's heart thumped. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood exploded, transforming into a blood-colored, ghostly face. Its mouth spat out a foul wind as it ruthlessly bit toward Su Yu. At such a close distance, almost face to face, how could Su Yu escape and deal with such a sudden attack? At this critical moment, the 3 rings of lightning on Su Yu's body flew out. With a cultivation level of half-god, the power of the rings of lightning increased by several levels. The ghostly face in the blood fog let out a pathetic howl before it was turned into nothingness by the rings of lightning. The rings of lightning did not slow down. The 3 rings of lightning bombarded Azura's body. Puff, puff, puff! After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Azura's entire body was burned by the thunder and fire. His body was charred black, and he fell heavily to the ground. The black-faced Azura, whose name shook the dragon abyss, had fallen in front of the crowd. After doing this, Suyu's movement technique did not stop. With a single step, he covered a distance of 100 feet, as if he had teleported. Reaching Lemo, Suyu's fists were surrounded by a layer of purple lightning as he struck Lemo's chest. Seeing this, shock flashed past Lemo's eyes. It was replaced by a cold smile. You still dare to come forward and accept your death with a thunder sword in your hands. His 10 fingers formed a series of afterimages as he quickly formed seals. Hurry! With a low grunt, the Cosmos Thunder Sword within the volcano suddenly shot out a bolt of greenish-white lightning. It was like a beam of light, creating a long trail of flames in the air as it bombarded Suyu. With a bang, Suyu was forced back 7 to 8 steps, his figure staggering. His right fist was charred, revealing traces of blood. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was also a bolt of greenish-white lightning within his body, destroying his blood essence and life force. How could a mere bolt of lightning injure a half-god like him to such an extent? If he were an immortal realm level 4, he would have been destroyed in an instant. Seeing the lightning wreaking havoc within his body, Suyu let out a cold grunt. He forcefully revolved the purple lightning within his body to block the greenish-white lightning from devouring him. The two collided within Suyu's body, producing the sound of beans being fried. But the purple lightning was clearly weaker than the greenish-white lightning. It was forced back, only able to slow down the greenish-white lightning's destruction of his body. He had to end this quickly. With a low grunt, he formed seals with his hands. The ice divine herb beside his dantian, under the support of his powerful cultivation base, left his body and emerged from his abdomen. The divine herb swayed gently, creating a bone-chilling wind. With a cracking sound, the divine herb transformed into 9 ice leaves, shooting forward with a whooshing sound. Lemo did not expect Suyu to be able to block an attack from the Thunder Sword. His expression changed, but the surface of his body suddenly flickered with a patch of black lightning. Lightning surged out, weaving into a net of lightning in the air, and suddenly enveloped the 9 ice leaves. Puff, puff, puff! The ice leaves collided with the lightning net, shattering with a sound. But the light of the lightning net dimmed, flickering. A moment later, with a whimper, the lightning net collapsed on the spot. The remaining ice leaf shot into Thunder Demon's chest with a whoosh. The bone-chilling cold caused Lemo pain. His face was filled with fury. You are asking for death! But just as he said the word death, Suyu let out a cold grunt. Explode! The ice leaf that had entered Lemo's body exploded. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest. The shattered ice had penetrated his limbs and bones. Lemo finally panicked. He flicked his fingers, his body retreating quickly. Thunder Sword destroy! On the Thunder Sword, the 9 flags flashed wildly, black fog spreading. The Cosmos Thunder Sword buzzed lightly, clearly about to explode. Not good. He wants to control the power of the Thunder Sword. Xingji's expression was grave. Lemo laughed maniacally, his 5 fingers gripping the air as if he was holding a sword. He swung his palm toward Suyu. Die! Along with his accessories, the 300-meter-tall lightning sword slashed down vertically. The sword moved, and the entire dragon abyss shook. Suyu felt like he was a candle flickering in the wind. Suddenly, he realized that under the power of the shocking sword, his body was under heavy pressure. His blood vessels were heavy, and he could not circulate them in the slightest. Not good. Seeing that the sword was about to destroy his body and soul, the last bit of energy within Shangji's ripples finally exploded. Rumble! Suyu's cultivation level had surpassed half-god and entered the fairy realm. In that instant, a feeling of disdain and invincibility arose from deep within his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he had transcended the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming a fairy realm cultivator. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, his body turned into a blurry shadow as the thunder sword slashed down, disappearing from his original spot. Rumble! The thunder sword slashed down. A 10,000-foot-long sword energy sliced the Abyss City in half. The ground cracked, lava gushing out of the ground, spraying in all directions. The remaining sword energy shattered the sword energy on both sides, pushing the houses tens of thousands of feet away. Looking from above, more than half of the Abyss City had been destroyed. How could a casual attack be so powerful? Lei Mo's pupils dilated. His hands continuously formed seals, and the thunder sword rose again. Su Yu grunted coldly, stepping down from above. The sky shook violently, a shred of vital energy leaking out. At that moment, the clouds in all directions churned. Countless martial artists on the ground felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Lei Mo's hands stopped forming seals. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body turning into a rain of blood with a bang. A half-god had exploded with a single stomp. Su Yu did not have the time to be shocked by the power of the fairy realm. He felt an intense pain in his body. His body contracted and expanded like a balloon about to explode. Thump! The Cosmos Thunder sword lost control, and the lightning dragon trapping Shang Gu collapsed. Her figure flickered as she flew to Su Yu's side. She quickly tapped the space between Su Yu's brows. A ripple was forcefully released from between Su Yu's brows. The power of the fairy realm that had fused with the bloodline of the evil ghost dissipated like the tide. Her swollen body gradually calmed down. Su Yu gasped for breath. He felt exhausted, as if all his energy had been sucked out of him. Shang Gu pressed the ripple into her body, her cultivation level recovering. Her face gradually regained its color, and she had a look of joy. Well done. Su Yu nodded, dumbfounded. Your cultivation level is incredible. I was just helping you. Xinggu was in a good mood. No need to be humble. I am fair with my rewards and punishments. Since you saved my life, I might let you go after we leave the Dragon Abyss. How about this? Follow me for 50 years, and I will return your freedom. Su Yu replied expressionlessly, Thank you for your gift. Nodding her chin, Shenggu looked at the lightning sword in front of her, a look of fear on her face. All right, I will leave the task of retrieving the lightning sword to you. This sword has a restraining effect on me, so it would be more convenient for you to retrieve it. Xinggu grabbed with her 5 fingers, and a shocking scene appeared. The 100 Zhang Cosmos Thunder sword roared with thunder, gradually shrinking. Finally, it turned into a 3-foot-long green and white sword, lying in front of Su Yu. After observing it for a while, Shanggu smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. It is close to a spiritual artifact, but it is still lacking. Otherwise, it would be a valuable spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifact? Su Yu's heart moved. Wasn't a divine artifact the highest grade of weapon? This is a technique to control spell formations. Take it and study it. You must control this sword within half a day. Shang Gu threw the technique to him, then went to check on Xia Jingyu's injuries. She had only fainted, and after injecting a shred of vital energy unique to the fairy realm into her, she regained consciousness. Following which, Shang Gu tapped her feet, creating a gust of wind that brought Su Yu and Xia Jingyu to the messy rocks ruins. Chapter 4:25. Xia Jingyu sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to recuperate. Su Yu was recuperating as he studied the spell. The spell was not difficult, and he did not spend much time mastering it. Shengge did not let Su Yu use his blood to refine it, but used the spell to control it. It looked like she valued the Cosmos Thunder sword a lot. Once it was used, she would take it away. There were 2 vital energy crystals in Su Yu's body, and he could use the Cosmos Thunder sword twice. Su Yu pondered secretly. If he had the right opportunity, this sword might become his possession. Shengge was recuperating. A moment later, she creased her brows and muttered, "That's weird. Why is my vital energy depleted so quickly? Could it be that after he borrowed it just now he could not control himself and leaked too much?" Looking at Su Yu suspiciously, Shengge laughed at herself. She took out a crystalline elixir and stuffed it into her mouth painfully. The vital energy she had lost quickly recovered. "It looks like I have to use that chance to return to Jiuzhou as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the void realm without vital energy, the few elixirs I have to replenish my vital energy will not last long." Half a day later, "Try controlling the thunder sword through the spell," Shengge calmly said. Su Yu formed a seal with both hands, and the spell of the Cosmos Thunder Sword shook continuously. Under its guidance, the Cosmos Thunder Sword slowly swam around. Although it was a little shaky, he could successfully control the Thunder Sword. Xingji's small face was filled with joy and excitement. Great! Mission accomplished. She looked toward the exit of the Dragon Abyss. A faintly discernible seal was floating. "Humph! The Void World Senior, the King of Darkness, and that ox nose who sealed me back then. I will take revenge on you." She clasped her hands behind her back. "Both of you, remember to act as if nothing has happened. Walk to the exit of the Dragon Abyss and activate the token. Only then will the guarding ox nose release a portion of the seal, reducing its power to its lowest. Black Snow, use this opportunity to use the Cosmos Thunder Sword to break the seal. Remember, you must grasp the timing. This seal is no small matter. Even the fairy realm cannot do anything about it. It can only be destroyed by the Cosmos Thunder Sword when it weakens. Once an opening appears, I will be able to see the light of day again." Su Yu and Xia Jingyu nodded respectfully. "Yes." Shengge nodded and warned, "You must pretend that nothing has happened. Don't arouse the suspicion of that cow nose. I didn't take your storage pouches, and I didn't let any of you be corroded by the ghost energy. I even chose to use the weakest heavenly ghost heart planting technique to ensure that Oxnose would lower his guard and weaken the restrictive spell." The two of them nodded respectfully. Shengge took out a strange talisman from the small pocket on her waist as if she was performing a magic trick. She stuck it on her forehead and her figure mysteriously disappeared. It was clearly right in front of her, but it felt like air. Su Yu's heart turned cold. Without batting an eyelid, he used his soul eyes. However, he could only discover a faint, transparent outline. "What is this talisman? How magical! All right, move out and listen to my orders." Xingji's voice came from the transparent space in front of him. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu soared into the sky without uttering another word. They both rushed toward the entrance of the Dragon Abyss. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If they really let this heavenly ghost enter the Jinlong continent, with its abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, Su Yu's life and death depended on a single thought from her. Whether or not he could escape from her depended on this final gamble. In the center of the messy rock ruins, the black pond water rippled gently. If Su Yu was there, he would have realized that this strange black pond was the pond that hid a mysterious, ferocious creature. At this moment, the pond water moved without any wind. The whispers of two women could be heard, following which, a soft chuckle could be heard before it dissipated. Shengge seemed to sense something. She lowered her head to look, a hint of doubt appearing between her brows. But they had already arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Abyss. Shengge had no time to care, her expression grave. Su Yu secretly took a breath, his expression calm as he walked to the entrance. He took out the token of the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds with Xia Jingyu and inserted a shred of spirit energy into it. Whoosh! Above the Dragon Abyss, the sloppy old man flew over with a smile. He did not immediately undo the seal of the Dragon Abyss. Instead, he took out a mirror and shone it at Su Yu and Xia Jingyu. Looks like there are no problems. You two kids have some abilities to be able to escape from the Azura. Su Yu was unconcerned. Elder, you flatter us. We were just lucky. How could the two of us escape from a half-god? Elder, please undo the seal and let us out. The sloppy old man let out a drunken burp. Then, of course, later, I will undo a portion of the seal. You can insert spirit energy into the token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. That way, you will be able to use the power of space to pass through the seal and return to the outside world. Su Yu was filled with excitement. Thank you, Elder. The sloppy old man casually spat a mouthful of wine onto the seal. The seal shook and rippled. It shrank from a zhang thick to a foot thick, only a tenth of its original thickness. Xinggu held her breath, her face filled with excitement. She secretly sent a message to Su Yu. All right, now is the time. Activate a vital energy crystal and unleash the Cosmos Thunder sword to break the seal. Whoosh! A light flashed in Su Yu's palm. A greenish-white long sword appeared in his palm. Su Yu raised his arm high. The vital energy crystal in his dantian turned into majestic vital energy, gushing out and entering the Cosmos Thunder Sword. At that moment, a shocking sword energy, like never before, exploded. The entire dragon abyss trembled continuously, as if it was about to collapse. With the activation of the celestial feather realm, the Cosmos Thunder Sword exploded with a power that far exceeded that of the Thunder Demon. Such a shocking attack would definitely destroy the seal. But Su Yu, who was about to slash at the seal, suddenly spun on the spot and slashed at Shangge. The sudden scene stunned Xinggu. She could not believe what she was seeing. Regaining her senses, she let out a cold laugh. I knew there was something wrong with you. How cunning of you to keep me in the dark until now. Humph, you do it. As she spoke, she turned into a blur and attacked Su Yu to snatch the Cosmos Thunder Sword. Yu was completely under Su Yu's control. Hearing the order, she formed a water sword in her sleeves and slashed at Su Yu without hesitation. But the person she slashed at was not Su Yu, but Shangge. The sudden attack caused Shanggu to turn pale with fright. How is this possible? Even you betrayed me? Could the heavenly ghost mind planting technique be useless against the two of you? Xia Jingyu regained her expression, saying hurriedly, Black Snow, do not worry. I will help you activate the token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. She grabbed a token in each hand and activated it at the same time. A ripple of space surrounded the two of them, enveloping them. With Xia Jingyu's sudden attack, Shangge was momentarily obstructed, creating an opportunity for Su Yu's sword. Rumble, the sword glowed. 1,000-foot-long sword energy, accompanied by lightning and a sharp sword glow, slashed toward Shang Ji's petite figure. Xinggu was both shocked and furious. You two deserve to die. With a furious roar, Shangge did not dare take the attack head-on, retreating quickly.